और जो वीडियो कैसे करना है वो थोड़ा उस समय दिखा दूंगा जब वीडियो जब So I don't know where to begin with, but let's start discussing. I've given a topic as effective communication. So all of us, write papers, all of us communicate our research, our ideas. And we all, when you take a lot of efforts and you send a paper and then they reject the paper or they say, no, this is not acceptable, this is what, that is what. then then we say, what do we do now? Okay, if they accept and revise, ask us to revise, then we can do something. But if they reject, then what do we do now? That's a big problem. And I have faced this problem all over my life, and I am facing now also. It is not that somebody is very perfect in that. There are people who are very, very perfect, and they know what they should write and how, and very stickler of that. But for us, it is important that we learn this method, we practice this method of effective communication. And the more you practice, the more you become proficient in this process of communication. But let me tell you, there is nothing like 100%. Sachin Tendulkar also got out sometimes on 0, sometimes on 90s. Sunil Gavaskar also got out sometimes. Don Bradman also got out. Last match of his career, Don Bradman scored 0. He was scoring so many centuries all over his cricketing career, greatest man of the cricket. And last match, he scored 0. And that is why his average is 99.99999 something. It could not become 100. His average could not become 100. So there is no perfect method, there is no perfect way, or there is no unique way of communicating our ideas. So what is that? Just want to probably show you some examples and then maybe discuss something. A good publication, if you say it's a good publication, there are roughly these topics in a good publication. Say, for example, introduction. What do we write in the introduction? Need of the topic. Why are you doing research? What is the topic? Why it is important? Why are you doing research? Has to be stated in the very first paragraph of the paper. Present status of the work, what you are proposing to do. In that, you have to tell who are all doing what kind of work. Till 2025, till yesterday, people were publishing and what they are actually doing. And what are my understanding from this work? What I understand from this work, existing work of the body of literature, and I conclude from that existing literature saying that these are the findings from the existing literature, and I want to do something new beyond this, to take this work beyond this. Novelty and your objective or your problem. I want to address something which is new, something which is different, because these people have done so many things. So that is where the whole importance lies. Anybody who is reading a paper, I can say that you can read any paper in 3 minutes and 5 sentences. The most important sentence in the introduction is a novelty clause. What is the new you are presenting? And I can guarantee you that 90% of the papers will not clearly mention the novelty. They will go round and round and round and this and that and this and here, there. No novelty is mentioned. Oh, we did like the something, but the moment you have a very, very clear novelty clause, that's the first step of acceptance of your paper. Novelty can be anywhere. Novelty can be in your methodology, novelty can be in your simulations, novelty can be in your findings. There is something which you are trying to get new. Then comes the next section, that how you are trying to solve the problem. How you are trying to solve the problem. What is the theme of work, or what is the approach to the problem? We are performing extensive experimentation to analyze some XYZ. We are performing simulations followed by validation using experiments. It is very important that we solve the problem. Methodology. Now go a little more detail, whether it's a simulation, whether it's experiments, whether it is a analytical or mathematical model development. Go little develop what method you are doing. Is it a statistical model? It is a theoretical model? It is a computational model? It is a simulation? What exactly is inside? You go little deeper inside and say what are you trying to do, whether it's a mathematical, experimental or simulation. Now you have to give all the details of this. Generally, it is expected that you give so much details that somebody is able to, if somebody wants to verify your results, they should be able to verify it. Nobody can verify, that's also not good. Then results and discussion. In the results and discussion, it is very important that you benchmark your results with some fundamental principles. You cannot say that I am doing experimental work, so my experiments are correct and my work is okay. No, you have to benchmark your experimental work. You have to benchmark the way you have to benchmark your theoretical work with the experimental work, the way you have to benchmark your simulations with the experiments, you have to benchmark your work. Saying that my experiments are sound, they give fundamentally correct results. Okay, if X increases, Y increases. That is a fundamental principle. Whatever it is your fundamental principle of that. You must demonstrate that my results are following certain fundamental principles. If the results are not following fundamental principles, then there is very likelihood that or unlikely that your advanced experimental results are correct. You have to ensure that you have to take help of either somebody's experiment, somebody's simulation, somebody's what, something or other, but you need to benchmark your results. So once you present benchmarking of your results and confirm that your results are fundamentally correct, because there are experiments. If you remember, somebody in Korean, top scientist in Korea did some experiment, and I'm forgetting that, but he published the data, and somebody from other country tried to do the same experiments, and they said that no, these are not replicable, experiments are not replicable, and the person has to come out and openly and say that I have made wrong experiments, or I have basically cheated or fabricated the experimental results. So it is not that the experimental results are always correct. You can follow a wrong methodology and then you can get into that. So while you are presenting results, it is important to understand that not necessary that all the results are new. Some of the results are benchmarking results, some of the results are common results, which actually further prove that your experiments are correct, and then some of the results are new results. Only few results are the new results. Rest of the results are used for either confirmation or some other things, for some other things. But that is where the key results and reasoning. Simply saying that this is a result, which is new result, will not be enough. You will have to give reason why this is so, why your results have come like this, and why these results are so is very important. Key results and their reasoning is very important. Addressing the novelty and objectives. So what did I say? Claim the novelty in the introduction part. That novelty has to be slowly, you are going to go to that novelty and say that, yeah, this is my result. This is my most important result or the novel result. It is like a movie. Slowly it builds up, the story builds up, and then there is a climax. And that's where the whole thing comes out. And you say that, okay, these are the major results or the novelty, addressing the novelty. At this point, it is very important that you address the novelty. So the second possible or third possible, second possible sentence you might read is in the approach to the problem or in the methodology. Methodology should tell that how that novelty is investigated. Okay? Methodology should tell that how that novelty is investigated. What is the result which has come, and that is where the third sentence you are reading. Third sentence you are reading. And after that, the conclusions. Conclusions generally come in a sort of a sequential order. Again, the initial benchmarking results and then your key novelty results. And that's where putting them sequentially and a statement of future work, how somebody can expand his work in future. So now you got novelty clause in the first introduction, how you are trying to achieve the novelty in methodology. Key result addressing the novelty is your third sentence, and maybe the key sentence of your work, which actually summarizes everything into a single sentence that comes in the conclusion, apart from other conclusions, secondary conclusions, one primary conclusions. I can tell you my own experience when I was doing PhD. At our time, no professor would actually read the manuscript and do anything. They will not correct. Okay, you submit, you do. We don't care anything. So, but I used to show the manuscript to my professor. And then, okay, so he saw this like this, and then he wrote one sentence. And that he wrote one sentence in the somewhere in key results. And then I carried forward that sentence in a slightly different form in the conclusions. So when that paper is referred by other authors, they don't refer to any of the other sentences in the paper. They only refer to that sentence only. You see, it makes so much of difference that an experienced person can write so well that your 2 years of work, they won't address anything. But my paper is always referred by that sentence only. So that's the only sentence written by my professor. So that's where the effectiveness of your communication, that how do you write. Once you do all these things, this is my suggestion, that once you do all these things, then you write an abstract. Now, abstract is 4 to 5 sentences. The first sentence of the abstract is the need of the problem. The second sentence of the abstract is present status of the work in one sentence. Now you have written half a page or 1 page in the introduction. All that has to be compressed in one sentence or a half a sentence. Your novelty, your methodology, and 1 or 2 main sentences. So when you write everything, then you can, you can learn to compress them or represent them in the form of a single sentence. Entire literature review in present status of the work, entire literature review in one sentence. Novelty in one sentence, methodology in one sentence, and your results, main result, or 1 or 2. Now, if you read any of the abstracts, they may not follow this same format, but if you take the abstract and read it, you will be able to identify that It is possible that somebody starts with novelty, somebody starts with methodology, somebody starts with main results. Those can be jumbled. You take an abstract and you read, and you will find that there is a need of the problem, there is a present status, there is a half a sentence, at least half a sentence on novelty, there is a sentence on methodology, and there are a couple of results. If not two, one main result. That's always the composition of the abstract. And then comes the title. Then comes the title. At the end of all these things, then you think, whatever I have written, whatever I have done, I want to compress this into whole thing into a single sentence. So now what happens is, you go in the reverse way. People will read the title first. Okay? People will read title first. Oh, it's not interesting. I won't read further. But if you read the title first, the title has to represent all these things. So writing a title at the end is a big exercise. You really, really have to work very hard to comprehend what you are doing and present it into a smallest possible sentence. So I suggest that when all big things are written, then you start writing small things. We say, no, that I don't have time, so I am writing a big letter. Because I don't have time to edit it and make it precise, concise. It is bigger one you write. So that is where the smaller and smaller things, comprehensions can come later. Initially, you can write all the things and then come back to these whole things in possibly the reverse order. But while reading, they will read everything in the reverse order. Okay, so let's go to a couple of examples. Of course, this you all know these things, but this is one example. If you read, cockroaches traverse crevices, crawl rapidly in confined spaces, and inspire a soft-legged robot. Now you see, cockroaches traverse crevices, crawl rapidly in confined spaces, and inspire, जरूरी नहीं है, बंद कर दीजिए, inspire a soft-legged robot. Now you can, what are the things you are able to make out of this?
Confined spaces.
Inspiration. What is the motivation of this work? Inspiration of this work is that cockroaches are able to travel through very confined spaces, and that is inspiring a soft-legged robot. Design of a soft-legged robot is actually inspired from the cockroaches traveling in the confined spaces, because smaller the space, the cockroach is able to compress its body to a great extent and pass through this. That is why you people are not able to catch all cockroaches. They prepare some sprays and this and that, but still cockroaches cannot be. They just go. They don't require much space. You will understand now. So you see now, you all have understood what is going to be in the paper. It's a very, very scientific work. It's an extraordinary scientific work. It's not just an article. It's a scientific research. But everybody is able to understand because of the title. Okay, so This is one another exercise the journal does, is that they ask you to write significance of your work. What is the significance of work? Cockroaches intrude everywhere. Cockroaches intrude everywhere by exploiting their soft-bodied, shape-changing ability. They are able to go everywhere because they are having very soft bodies and they can change the shape. We discovered that cockroaches traverse horizontal crevices smaller than a quarter of their height, 1/4 of their height. They can travel through small crevices, 1/4 of their height, in less than a second by compressing their bodies, compliant exoskeletons, in half. They can compress their bodies to half. Once inside the confined spaces, cockroaches still locomoted rapidly at 20 body lengths per second. It's like those soldiers going under those barbed wires, but the cockroaches can go 1/4 of their size and they can go, but still they can move. They can move. Using an unexplored mode of locomotion. It's a very different, novel mode of exploration, novel mode of locomotion, that is body friction legged crawling. Body friction legged crawling. So now when these upper and lower surfaces, they come closer, they make use of the friction which is there on the back and they make use of their legs. So with the help of legs, say for example, when the soldier is crawling, they uses their elbow to crawl. So that's where they have a different mechanism of locomotion. They make use of the friction at the back and hold them at that place. So you move forward and with the friction they don't go backward. They move forward, something like this. Using material tests, we found that compressive forces cockroaches experience when traversing the smallest crevices were 300 times their body weight. A normal person, if you want to test his weight lifting ability, how much a person can lift? Maximum 1 times your weight. 1 times your weight. Of course, when you train, you lift more, but maximum a general person can lift is up to 1 time its weight. But they are the best sportsmen. I mean, they are the best wrestlers in this world, that they can take 300 times their body weight. Cockroaches withstood nearly 900 times body weight without injury. 900 times body weight without injury. Now you can imagine that they can go into a very small spaces, pressurized places. If something falls on it, then also nothing will happen. Of course, their body weight is small, but still 900 times the body weight, the ability of the body to carry that is very important. Explaining their robustness to compression. They are extremely robust for the compression. Cockroach exoskeletons provide inspiration for soft-legged search and rescue robo. Now that's where the need of the problem is. That why this is required? These kinds of robots are required. अच्छा ये बंद कर दीजिए एसी, इतना ठंड है ना. So they can penetrate in the rubble generated by tornadoes, earthquakes, and several others. There are explosions events. So now if you make a robo, it can provide you food, it can provide you access, it can provide you communication. many things can be. Light बंद करना. Explosions, under explosions. So this is the abstract. Abstract is actually leading to that the previous significance is actually leads to the abstract, and it is more or less the same thing. But now you can see that a cockroach is roughly about 12 to 13 millimeters in height, and they can crawl in 4 millimeters length. They can crawl through the 4 millimeters length. 12 millimeter to 4 millimeter, one fourth of their size. They can compress their entire body mechanism, and then they crawl. While they are crawling, they make use of the friction on the top, and that's how they actually crawl. So here there are couple of videos. अच्छा हाँ वहाँ नहीं, यहाँ सॉरी, उधर ही रखो, उधर रखो. इसको फुल स्क्रीन कैसे करेंगे? फुल स्क्रीन कैसे करेंगे? हाँ ठीक है, बड़ा कर दीजिए. स्टेज ठीक है, अभी इतना ठीक है. हम as small as 3 millimeter. Now you can see 10x slower. They are able to manage, they are able to compress. So they did experiments with different sizes of the crevices, and then finally found that, yeah, the maximum they can store is up to So in 12 millimeter, they are able to travel 9 millimeter, they are compressing themselves. 6 millimeters, they are still running fast. In 4 millimeter also, they are running fast. And just like the way they are able to move in a open spaces, they are also able to move in a confined spaces, though slightly smaller, at a smaller speed, but they are comparable speeds even in the smaller kind of spaces. So these are like 10x lower speed, 6 millimeters and then 4 millimeters. Okay, now comes the discussion. It's a very big paper. I'm just trying to show you a few results, and so that we traverse, crawl and inspire a soft robos. बड़ा करो उसको, फिर से करो. Now you can see this is a real time. They are slowly increasing the weight which is applied on the cockroach. It's alive. You see, nothing has happened. Nothing has happened to it is standing up. Nothing has happened. So after doing these experiments, the next video is about their soft robotic device. So there is a compressible shell, then there are sprawling layers. Shell they are testing with 20, it will be about 10 kilogram load. Flexible back spline with longitudinal fractures and facilitating sprawling. So this is the mechanism, and this is the real life cockroach they have fabricated, and they have designed, basically they have designed and fabricated, and this is the, then it is going through a smaller and smaller crevices. This is also able to travel through smaller crevices, able to take very high load of about 10 kilograms on the 10 kilograms. You know that, no? This chakki atta you make, that's a 10 kilogram. Now you take that device and put it on 10 kilogram chakki atta on the back of this device, it will not crumble. It will not crumble. 10 kilograms is not a small weight. You will find it very difficult to lift it. But yes, this is developed, and this device has been designed and developed. So the same person in IIT Bombay was my student, my master's students, basically BTech plus MTech dual degree student. He developed this device here, that in this device you can calculate the load required to lift a glass plate, lift a nail, lift a thread, and lift a hair also. Okay. Now how these two concentric cylinders, these two cylinders have a spring inside. Okay. And this and these bands they act as a reference point. So when this mechanism is kind of a mechanism in such a way that when you press from this side, these jaws actually come together and hold the object. Okay, these jaws come together and hold the object. Now the springs are pre-calibrated. I know that what is the distance the spring is compressed, it corresponds to what is the force applied. So he developed a camera, on the top of it, a simple web camera on the top of it. And then initial distance at zero load was something, and when you hold the thread, you require a small movement. That small movement corresponds to certain force in the because of the spring, because spring is already calibrated. So distance is calibrated in terms of the forces. So you can see that 100 micrometer human hair, 1 millimeter steel requires 43 millinewton of hair requires 43 millinewton of force for holding it. Steel rod, that is a nail, requires 159 millinewton of force for holding this. So he published this into paper. He published actually 2 papers, one with the camera, that is different, camera system is different, and this is the another one. And then from after, somehow his professor came to know about his work through a journal paper. Probably he was a reviewer of that or something, and then he called 4 students from all over the world, from different countries, to stay in his laboratory for 3 or 4 days, and I will select one of them. So this guy was selected, and after going there, he has done the other work. Today he is a professor in another university, Colorado School of Mines in America. So what I want to tell you is it's a very detailed paper. Paper is very detailed, there are a lot of scientific results. I'm just showing you the videos, but all these videos are corroborated with the scientific results, or their inferences are found out from there, and they are actually mentioned in the paper. But that is where the communication is. How do you communicate? How do you present your ideas? Every paper, every communication you send has to have a story. It can be a scientific, it can be anything, it can be a literary, it can be anything, but it has to have a story. And it has to be told in the form of a story, and that's where we have to develop this effective way of communication. And again, if you want to go back to the first slide, if you it starts from there, that you start with the introduction, present status, conclusions, novelty, approach to the problem, what methodology you are doing is very important, and key results must address to the novelty which you mentioned in the beginning, highlights and the abstract, 4 to 5 sentences, and that's where at the end comes the title. That title is the comprehension of entire story. I always give the example of this movie, Hindi movie, Tezab. Where is the Tezab there in the movie? There is no Tezab in the movie. There is no acid in the movie anywhere. It's not a chemistry movie, no? There is no acid attack or something. Tezab. But the climax is at one place, where this Anil Kapoor says, "Ha, main Tezab hoon." Only that one sentence is there. That one sentence in the whole movie, that one sentence. I am like acid, I am like aag. But you remember that, no? Tezab. It has nothing to do with Tezab. That's a different way of giving a title. It's a different way because it's a movie. It is for the lot of masses also. That's not a problem. It's for everybody to understand. So some people have that kind of knack on the presenting in such a way that it is always superhit. There is no question. So like that, there has to be a story. You have to decide. When I want to write a paper, you have to decide कि मुझे क्या कहना है. What do I want to tell? What is the story behind this? And the story can be made interesting by identifying the need of the topic. The here now, the work which he had no papers for first 3 years. But the fact that the work has a definitive application in crawling under the rubbles after explosion, after earthquakes and all that, it's a significant, it's a huge impact of the work. Huge impact of the work. So after developing a robot, no, it is not an afterthought. It is actually far earlier thought. Now this boy has done whatever work which I have shown in my laboratory, became good at developing some kind of mechanisms. Then further he went there and developed. So it takes huge amount of time, but the story is not afterthought. Story is before thought. You have to, every investigation you do, you have to have a thought process. Okay, why I am doing this investigation? Expand the, is it going to expand the, when he did it in MTech, nobody, lot of grippers are there in the literature, but a force measuring gripper, and that too with a millinewton precision, no, it is not there. Lot of those skeletal type of grippers have been developed, people have applied, used, but now here I can show that it can measure the force required to hold your hair also. You see now, the difference is, it has lot of applications. It's a precision gripper. It will help me to, it will not break the objects which are delicate objects, because it will apply the force only that is required. It will not break them. So that is where the work is good. Many times you do good work, but then communication. What is the story behind it? Each paper is a project, and that's how we have to take, and then that's how we have to, work around it. Okay. Please.
Any questions?
Please.
Thank you, sir, for such a nice presentation and effective communication that has been there. Sir, actually. Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm working on a site-specific drug delivery since I'm from a pharma background. So, brain tumor. I want to target the brain tumor. So, the nano carrier, which is loaded with the drug, and it active targeting moiety is ligand that has been attached with that carrier, and it will take that particular drug-loaded nano carrier to the specific site in the brain. Now, when we think of the academic research point of view, good publications we are coming, patent we have, but in the other hand, when we think of commercializing that particular thing, so we have the restrictions over there. Industrial people, they ask for large scale production, how it is possible with that.
So, I would suggest that the professor should not get into that business of commercialization. Yes. We should leave it to those who are expert in that. So that is where we are coming out with a translation research. Yesterday only we were discussing in our meeting that where is the opportunity. if you have brought your research to a certain stage in the laboratory and now it has to be taken forward, then professor can be a guiding part, but did not take the whole thing forward. You better go back to what you are good at. You are good at fundamental research and bringing it up to there, and from there onwards somebody can take forward. So that is where we are coming out with, in institute we have translation research fellowships, in the sense that a PhD student or a master student or even a bachelor student can stay back and get some 50, 60, 70,000 rupees postdoctoral fellowship or a post MTech or post bachelor fellowship. They can stay here nicely for a period of 6 months to 1 year, and we pay actually that fellowship so that they can convert their research into the kind of take a next level. It will take bit of a time after that also to go to the market, but at least the first stage prototype has to be prepared out of it. Then somebody has to actually work on it. The best is the one who has brought it to this level. The same person, now once he or she gets a degree, then he or she can work further, or along with one or two other students, so that the work can be taken forward. So that is where we all have some kind of difficulty in translating our research, but never mind. I think you should limit ourselves to that boundary only, then come back and actually take another work over there and then let somebody take it further. So we are coming out with this kind of a scheme for all the SAKSHAM universities and SAKSHAM our partners, that we'll create a fund so that you can apply for that translation research over there, and then that can be taken forward. We'll evaluate those proposals. There are agencies which will actually do a market research and talk to people and say that what is the possible potential of this technology, how if it is taken forward, will it really materialize, or at what level this technology. So they actually 2-3 agencies we hire, and they actually give us saying that this is at technology readiness level 3, 2, 4,
Yes,
something like that
hard.
they say. And then you write a proposal to take this from whatever level you are to the next level. So our commitment of translation research fellowship is improving the technology readiness level by 1. If you are at 4, you make a plan to make it at 5. We don't expect that you entirely commercialize the whole thing, but improve the technology readiness level. In that case, 1 is minimum, but you may take it to 3rd or 2 steps or 3 steps further, because the industry requires 8 or 9 technology readiness level. So I think you don't have to worry about that part. You have to allow somebody to take those forward. With this, we will have some options.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, is this possible, like other universities can also apply under SAKSHAM?
Right now, that is not possible right now, but we'll come back, I think, when more money is available and more funds are available and such opportunities given by the ANRF. That time we'll include more partners. That's what yesterday also we were discussing, that what will be the time when we can add new partners. When we are able to take good care of the existing partners, then only the question will come that you can take care of more partners. So at this moment, we cannot assure you anything, but slowly we can expand. Maybe another 2 years down the line, we are just beginning, about 6 months we have begun. So definitely 1 year, more 1 year plus, then we can add something.
And sir, my question is that when we got a project, then they are expecting the outcome from every 6 months or 1 year.
Yeah.
And as you
we are expecting outcome even before giving project. So don't worry about that part.
But as you say that whatever the problem your student has selected, it take around 3 years to come with some
That
outcome.
is theoretically, that is correct. But practically it is.
So it is always not for this concern to this project, but most of the time it is happen when you select a good problem, you have a good idea, then to convert that idea into reality, it takes 3 or more than 5 years also sometimes. So it is really a contract.
So no,
that.
it is like this, that Uh, see, there is something called blue sky research and something called, you know, research in a constrained environment. The way this is traveling, yeah, they are also traveling in a 1/4 of space, the same speed they are traveling. It's exactly the same thing. That many times you have time because you are doing a research which has impact after 100 years. So, okay, you take 10 years to do something, we have no problem. But if you want to have a research which has impact after 2 years or 3 years, you have to do that research rapidly. So, there are two kinds of paths in this, that you get money, some part of it you use for your long term research, no problem. You keep on doing your research as you dream, you know, you want to sit and relax and do, no problem. But use this to get accelerated results. Nobody is saying you don't do that research, because that's our passion. We are researchers. We want to do a big impact research which will take 10 years or 15 years. But a part of it you take here, which can be quickly taken to a small problem of that big problem you take here, and which can be quickly taken to the society, quickly converted into something sensible, something tangible. While you, along with other students, you continue your research, we have no problem, and that we should continue. We all continue our passion about what we are passionate about, but reality is different. You have to get money to sustain your long-term passion, and that long-term passion, if you want to sustain, you have to do small works. Take a small part of it, deliver it now. You get more money, but still at the background you are able to continue. That will publish. You publish later on also, no problem. But mention INRF name at that time also. Okay. Any other? Please.
As a first year student, what measures should we take to develop writing, academic writing oriented content, and to avoid plagiarism while learning from the existing content also? And I am also asking you, what are the difference between the school level writing and university level writing on research projects, or the as I have recently done an internship project on the protein, but I have actually felt like I am copying the content that is present.
Yeah.
So how should we avoid that?
I can understand your predicament and the state of your mind, and that's a good, that you have so many questions. Mind is burning, you know, with the questions. Then you will find some answers, and that's where it is. So, you know, writing comes by practice only. So, essentially, if you read a paper, once you read a paper, then close everything. And what you perceive, what you understand, you say that I will write 5 sentences. Some sentences, I am saying 5 sentences. What I understood from this paper in my own words. And those are the sentences, probably you will remember that paper forever, because that has that much power. I still remember my first conference paper I was writing. I had never written anything. Each sentence was, oh my God, climbing a mountain sort of. How do I write this? How do I put this? Oh no, like this. Oh no, like this. Oh no, this way, that way, this way, that way. And some initial papers were very dirty. I don't recommend anybody to go and read those. There are a lot of mistakes. Because our time nobody would correct. Professors will simply tell you that this is the problem. Once in a while they will come to, if you really work hard, then they will say that possibly in this direction you can get a solution. But nothing beyond that. Nothing beyond that. So, you have to do on your own. Everything you read, you close the things, you write by hand, the first thing. Then you take that and start editing onto the computer. You will make lot of changes. At the end, what you write in the computer and what you write by hand, there will be lot of difference. Refinement will happen. And that is what the art of writing. So we older people cannot write on computer directly. Even today, I have to take pen and paper and write 4-5 sentences, what I will write, how do I, and then probably when it comes to writing, we can write. So that's the best way to practice. Everything you read, you write. 5-10 sentences you write in your own words, keep them together. And I think that will help you to write bigger documents. Every year, unfortunately, in our institute, students were not asked to submit a progress report. They were asked to submit the presentation only. Now we have made it compulsory that at least 10-page report, minimum 10-page report has to be submitted. Minimum 10-page report has to be submitted. I hope we are submitting.
We are submitting.
Submitting, yeah. Because research is nothing but writing. Writing is the research. There is no question. If you don't write, you are not doing research. And you have to write multiple times. Initial ideas. This is report 2, then it will convert into the paper. Research is writing only. When you start writing, you have written something by hand, when you start writing on the computer, then your mind will start working and then lot of new ideas will come. That is where why don't I check like this? Why don't I check like this? Oh, this I have not checked, that I have not checked. Note down those ideas and then again go back and do experiments.
So
Okay.
basically, first we have to do the rough work and then go to the fair work.
Fair work in computer, if at all you are using computers, yes. Multiple rough works are required to make it really fair. Multiple iterations. My students, I take 20 iterations of any paper before they write. First 4-5 iterations, so I see, I just take it, look at it, and then I'll send them back. So it takes.
So also faculties.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anything else? Please.
Sir, you mentioned like in the cockroach outcell, which type of polymer they use?
I don't know exactly. It must be in the paper now. I don't know exactly.
My query is like, did they use the biopolymer as well?
Possibly.
The polymer used, they extracted from the cockroach, then they made.
I don't know exactly. You can just check that paper. You can check that.
What's your opinion? Like, we can use the biopolymer as well?
Well, I think it's appropriate to the situation. You should not get into all those what is appropriate for the situation. Okay. Huh.
Sir, when I am doing my degree, I recently passed out. We are not so much into using ChatGPT and we are not so much used to it. And I recently attended one workshop, like they are telling you have to use AI in your research paper, like you can use like this way and all. But I feel when I use ChatGPT in my research, I feel I'm cheating on myself. So is it advisable to use AI and ChatGPT in our research and how to use it effectively?
Yeah, so better. It's not a small topic. It's a big topic. Now, how to use it in your AI, in your research, is I think initially people were only way to do a research and present your work was to do experiments and show. You do experiments and show. Then people used to do a public experiments, and the scientists used to do public experiments and demonstrate, yeah, this is what is happening. All bigger, older people, scientists will sit there and they will watch, oh, yeah, ho raha hai, nahi ho raha hai, nahi ho raha hai, ho raha hai, nahi ho raha hai. So that was the only way to present your findings. Then it is followed by theoretical. Some people started doing theoretical work, then computational, simulations, and all those various ways of some things which you cannot prove by experiments can be those parameters, those things can be shown in the simulations. Even simulations are so big, aircraft simulations are so big that they will say that we have done on one parameter and it is successful, that is enough. बाकी का आप देख लो, ऊपर जब aircraft जाएगा तब देख लो, because it is not possible. These are humongous simulations. Whenever something happens, I mean, they will say that we have tested on one parameter which is critical parameter. Whatever that critical parameter, they must have done the, but then even then also it is not possible. So now a new tool has come, which is AI. You see, you can do simulations, regular simulations, only when you know the fundamental principles, you know the fundamental governing equations, you know the theory behind it. Then only you will be able to do a simulation. You cannot do simulations without knowing the fundamental mathematics behind it. AI model, you don't require. AI model requires a data, right? You require, in that situation, AI model requires a data. It has own other models of extrapolating or interpolating or whatever those, but those are not physics specific. Those are not, you will apply the same model to chemistry problems, you will apply the same model to humanities problem, you will apply the same models to everywhere. So you require data only. So now this is a new thing which has come into a scientific domain, that you can model a system, a program, a process if you have enough data on it. I don't need to know the fundamental principles. But if I am able to show that my benchmarking, what I was talking about in a paper, benchmarking is essential, what I was talking about. If you benchmark 4 or 5 data points using the either experimental techniques or theoretical techniques or simulation techniques, it is working. It is it is giving results as per the fundamentally. I have checked at 4 or 5 places, I have checked. Rest of the things AI can do. So it is essential that you all take that as one more way of modeling the process, especially on the circumstances on which you will not be able to do experiments, and those probably exist in real life because of certain intermixing of parameters, and if you learn the design of experiments, which parameter is interacting with each other, which parameter is synergistically interacting or anti-synergistically interacting with each other. All those things you have to take into account when you are designing an experiment. Here it is not required. So you can use it as a one more way of analyzing, modeling, verification, new findings, variety of, you can be very creative. You can be, the more creative you are, the better you can make better use of the AI. I'll give another example. Before I was coming here, it was the beginning of the January semester, and then we have to give MTech projects at the beginning of January. I came here 31st of January, 30th or something that time. So our coordinator called topics for MTech projects. I gave 2 topics, added modeling using AI in both the topics at the end. Topics were sent. Then after 4-5 days, the coordinator said that, dear professors, students have rejected all the topics except those 2 or 1 or 2 few more faculty members have added AI somewhere. They are not interested in working any of your topics. You understand? This is one more way of looking at the same problem, modeling the same problem in one more different way. And you should do it. Everybody should do that one part of it and learn this. Maybe you publish, you don't publish, that's a different issue. Maybe you carry forward or not carry forward that line of action. But yes, it will be useful somewhere. Without much understanding of principles, you can, if you have a data, you will be able to make the learning and then further.
Sir, online any
Online, any questions? Yeah. Message from.
you just announce once you just announce.
Okay. Unmute है ना? Online participants, if you have any questions, you can ask. We will take one question.
Another example, Professor Deshmukh is there. I wrote one small abstract of possible thesis and I gave it to him saying that, just check karo re, aapko kaisa lagta hai, how do you feel? He in turn gave it to some AI tool. And that AI tool gave double the abstract, They gave saying that, it is a very, very important topic. And then they gave references saying that, no, this has not been done, this has not been done, this has not been done. I just gave 100 words, probably, a hypothesis that if this can be considered as a thesis. Then he sends me back. Then I was surprised that within a short time how he found out and wrote that abstract. Double the length and completely all scientific terms. I have written abstract for civil engineer, structural engineer. I used some simple words, but it used all the proper terminology, everything. And I was shocked. I said, how did he know all these things? Then he told me that it is from that AI tool. So that is where it is, that it has a knowledge, but you make use of its knowledge, more creative way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an interesting lecture. May I now invite, please, Professor Datta and Professor Sarkar to present a token of appreciation to sir.
When you are sending the slides, showing the
So can we have a group photo, please? मैसेज कर देते। हाँ जी मैम।
How do we wear it?
एक मिनट रखेंगे, ग्रीन हो जाएगा, अनम्यूट हो गया।
This is mute.
दिस इज अनम्यूट। मैम का पीपीटी चालू कर दीजिए ना। बस ये उसमें मैं कर देती हूँ, बस यहीं से चालू करनी है ना। नहीं, क्या अनाउंस करते हैं? कुछ भी नहीं किया।
तो नहीं करना है, कुछ
करना है ना,
तो पहले करो।
अरे अनम्यूट तो करना पड़ेगा ना, जो हमने म्यूट करे हुए ऑडियंस वहाँ पे।
अनम्यूट हो जाएगा।
ठीक है,
कर दो।
आप शेयर कर दो पहले ये।
ऑलरेडी डेस्कटॉप
आप शेयर कर दो ये। Welcome back. We now proceed for our next session. Hello. We now proceed for our next session, that is effective academic communication, a critical skill for the researchers and academicians. For this, we have Dr. Aritrika Das with us. Dr. Das is an assistant professor in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Indore. Her research interests include 19th century British literature, Gothic, medical humanities, and writing pedagogy. She was awarded research and travel grants from the Charles Wallace India Trust Grant 2013, the International Travel Grant, University of Delhi, the British Society for the History of Science, International India Edinburgh Institute. She received the Young Faculty Research Seed Grant 2022 to 2024 from IIT Indore. She is currently working on 2 funded projects, She has also designed courses for MHRD UGC, the European Union project, the project Equal, and IIT Kharagpur. May I now request Dr. Debalina to please present a bouquet to Dr. Aratrika Das as a token of appreciation. Ma'am, we
Am I audible? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'll first thank our Saksham team and our R&D office for putting together this conference, this workshop, and also giving this opportunity to share our work. This is a pre-lunch session, so I'll try to be as quickly as possible. What we are going to put together today is, I have moved from individually, personally, I have learned while I was applying for grants, several times our projects get rejected, very few times our projects get accepted. When they get accepted, what are the kind of problems that we encounter and how therefore we work on them. So it's a work in progress and we'll learn together. Stop me when so we'll go through this and you'll quickly tell me what we can make sense of this. Hugh, Drew, Liu, Sue all promised their mothers they would regularly write and let her know how they were getting on during their round the world trip. Drew wrote her letters and posted them herself, but she carelessly put them in disused boxes, attached too many stamps, made other mistakes, which meant none of them ever arrived. Liu wrote and posted all her letters properly, but the postal system let her down every time mother didn't hear from her. Clear? Yes. Sue wrote and posted all her letters properly and made brief phone calls to check they had arrived. Alas, none did. Did any of her children keep their promise to the mother? How many of you feel that all of them fulfilled their promise? Raise your hand, please. If you feel all of them fulfilled their promise.
I think Sue. Sue fulfilled her promise.
Sue fulfilled her promise. Okay. So all of you feel that Sue fulfilled her promise. Is there anyone who feels?
If they promise that letter will reach to the mother, no one fulfilled the promise.
Thank you. The promise was not writing letters, no? So, did anyone fulfill the promise?
I think because what they promised they will regularly write, everybody are writer, then let her know how they were getting on during their round the world trip. Okay, I think no, because she just called the phone call, but she had not taken any step what happened, why the letter had not got. So in case of Sue. So I think all four children have not fulfilled the promise.
Okay. Okay. So, the promise was that the mother should receive all the letters from 4 of her children who were traveling and were away from her. The mother did not receive any letter from anyone. Yeah. So, if we see in that perspective, then none of them have fulfilled the promise. If you see in the perspective of the effort that each of the children have put in, that only one, you say, Sue has made phone calls and posted the letters properly. But if we see that writing the letter was what was required, then three have, almost everyone more or less have written the letter. Right?
She confirmed whether the letters they have been reached or not.
But the mother did not receive.
Yeah, she has not taken efforts. Okay, that it why it is not reached to mother only. But
Yes.
she cross check whether right or not.
Mhm.
But she felt third communication ki why that letter is not reached to
Hmm. Okay. Now this is the kind of problems that we have. If we just think it for our work in terms of deliverable, your or our work is our funding agencies should have what you had promised at deliverables. A, you did the work, you don't write on it. B, you did the work, you write it, you write in a wrong manner, not counted. Third, you did the work, you write it properly, you publish it in a wrong platform, not counted. Next. Fourth, you did the work, you write it properly, you make phone calls, it does not get published in a way that the funding agency had asked you to write in. In all the cases, you did not do the work. What we will try to make sense today is, as much as possible, how do we move from proposal writing to the last step, that is creating an impact. Proposal writing is when we are writing, putting together our thoughts. Creating an impact is when we want to make an effect, when we want our research to have a change. If I asked you identify 5 steps, 6 steps between this, what would you tell me? Quickly. Anything that comes to your head. So first step is proposal. The last is impact. I want to reach from here to here. Quickly, we'll go together. From proposal,
Writing a good proposal and finding the agency which is, we can say we should check for the call for proposal which is most suitable.
write, submit, rewrite, hopefully accept. You have been awarded. After this,
Plan roadmap, if accept, after accept,
yes,
because in every proposal we will have to do the roadmap.
yes,
So what is my roadmap? What I promised in first 6 months, then after the 6 months, that I will have to reveal. I will have to plan for short-term planning, then mid-term for planning, long-term planning, and then every time I will have to check where it goes wrong.
it will go wrong. Then
I just find out what are the steps wrong, what I promised for the outcome after every completion of steps, whether I have achieved that outcome or not, where I failed to achieve that outcome,
okay,
what type of I say that overcoming is how I can overcome that if I had not achieved the outcome I can overcome
Okay.
so that
anyone would like to add? Anyone? Anything that you feel we need to do from proposal to impact? Would you like to add?
Outcome should be communicated. It depends what kind of outcome you are getting. If it is a policy kind of thing, then it should propagate to the agency which are going to implement that. If some kind of scientific outcomes are there, then again the takers, it depends on the takers to whom you are, in which domain you are working.
Okay.
Like humanities projects go for
We will-
policy kind of.
So today I will step out of my comfort zone and we will work only with SNT. That's in your all of
Science
your.
and technology.
Huh. So here we call them stakeholders. Okay.
The problem statement should relate with the society. Ultimately, impact.
Okay. Ideally, that should have happened here. You have already been awarded based on what you have said, no? How you are going to solve the problems.
Now execution is important.
How do we execute? That's what I'm asking.
So, like, you need to plan first. The budget which has been sanctioned for
Again, budget is also submitted here.
submitted, sanctioned,
It is sanctioned.
sanctioned here.
Then budget, all the problems that I want to address, we have done this part. After this, to here. Anyone would like to add?
In the proposal, we already have like mentioned the roadmap how we are going to execute the things.
Yes.
To execute the things according to that only. Right?
I'm asking
We
how.
stick on the
If there are 5 things that, think about your own individual projects. We all are working in our individual projects. Let's just think in that. I have got a grant. I have already got a grant where the budget and say 3 problems that I have addressed that's been sanctioned. How do I move from here to impact, say publication or commercialization, whatever you want to call. So how do I move from here to here? Yearly evaluation.
actual execution required like first appointment of a research personnel.
Yes.
Then we have to like
Yes.
what's the basic thing?
Like in our
We have
case,
mentioned
we
everything in
have
the
the
roadmap. No?
Yes.
So we will act accordingly only.
Yes.
division of
Then-
non-recurring and recurring.
Okay. If I ask you what happens if we don't follow the roadmap, what would you tell me? Or if we are not clear with the steps between proposal writing to impact, what happens then?
Because in every proposal they ask us the roadmap, every
Hmm.
6-month roadmap.
Yes.
And after completion of 1 year, they ask for release of the second installment. They first take the presentation, or we will have to submit the whole
Yes.
report,
Progress
whatever we have, progress report, whatever we have done. Okay. So we will have to follow exactly that roadmap. Otherwise, what happen? And the next installment may not get. As well as if I not give proper outcome in my after the completion of 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year, then most of the time that is not called exactly blacklisted, but while getting the next project, I will suffer the problem.
Yes.
So due to that, I will have follow this strictly the roadmap for this.
Yes.
And I think every proposal has the roadmap.
Yes. Yes.
So whatever outcome I promised there, yeah, I deliver the technology, yeah, I deliver this number of the publication or this number of patents I will publish. So
Yes.
that I will have to show while my last submission.
Yes.
Otherwise, I say they are blacklisted you, and it is very difficult to get the next project.
Yes. True.
And
So what I have tried to make sense of is every 6 months when we are submitting our deliverables progress report, it will also include our teaching. 6 months is rarely without the teaching. So we will have a teaching work.
of course, that is there. It is extra of that.
So we will have our own lives to take care of. So one of the things that has helped me to navigate while remaining alive, doing everything and maintaining the project and integrity is having clear steps of what we want to do when we want to do. A lot of it looks like this. When we get a grant, the first thing that is you break it up, and this is something that works for me. I have shared it. You can break it up into steps that may work for you. This is like a template that I share it with my students, and I have learned it from my own senior colleagues who may have learned it from their senior colleagues. It's like a chain process that we tend to follow. So stewardship is when we divide the work, delegate. We divide the work, we hire our training staff, we hire our office staff, we hire our research associates. We create proper and establish management systems as to how you want to develop which portion of your project when. Once you get a grant, a lot of times that 6 months will evaporate. How you hire, in what ways you hire, and eventually you create systems that will help you implement. Proposal a lot of times looks diametrically different from what you have submitted in your impact. As much as you're possible, if we want to hold this similar to this, then we have to start the management systems right in the beginning, ideally before we get the grant. Sometimes it is not feasible, but as soon as you get the grant, we should start with our management systems, creating who controls what. After that is the implementation that comes in two parts. One is compliance. Compliance is what we have a separate here, MMS section, finance section, as well as our R&D office who takes care of it. A lot of it also we also have to take. We have to be very careful as to in what terms we are following the rules and regulations of our funding agency, ANRF, DST, in my case, ICSSR, ICHR, all of these. Compliance and reporting to funding agencies often happen simultaneously, which you pointed every 6 months, sometimes yearly. It will happen simultaneously. It does not happen one after the other. After this is taken care of, starts the dissemination. Now, each of the processes are long processes. I've tried to break it up into flowcharts as much as feasible. Is dissemination and outreach. If you allow me, then I will move it quickly, but please feel free to ask. Now, what happens when we don't? Why does this matter? Why do you think we have to break it up into these thousands of steps? It's because if we don't break it up into all of these, like you pointed out, compliance reduces the uncomfortable conversations that you might have with your legal team. And sometimes the other problem is misused grants or unused grants. Sometimes we don't have the time framework. If you don't plan the time framework, we are not able to use the grants. Even if you have the money, we cannot use the grants because there are levels of paperwork that you have to follow. And if we don't follow it on time, then we cannot use it. What you pointed out is we have to also develop relationships for future funding. Then is financial accountability. Extremely important. Research involves a lot of financial decisions that has to be taken responsibly. Operational efficiency, this is something that we will talk about if we have time. A lot of times, how you think as a researcher, not lot of times, every time, will be different from your staff because they are not researchers. How do you train them? In what ways do you work together? That also determines a lot of how your research goes on. And eventually will be how you can maximize impact. This is something that we will talk about maybe post-lunch session when we talk about deliverables and impact and how do we create systems where you can maximize efficiency, maximize your deliverables in terms of your research. And finally, you also have to think how you can create data-driven decisions. Not what you thought you might do in your proposal, but what your data is providing you, which may not necessarily be what you had thought when you had submitted your proposal. That distinction is important sometimes to remember. Now, there are two ways by which we achieve this. One is what we say, there are two steps actually. Effective grant management. The second is collaborative engagement. Effective grant management involves all the paperwork decisions that we will tend to do. It will be everything that best practices in grant management. How do you organize your MMS? It is our management systems that we have. And build team of stakeholders. And that is not when you finish your research and you start building a relationship with your stakeholders, but right in the beginning so that your work also starts as a community engagement. That really helps for your own research. The second part of our work is collaborative engagement. How do you engage with stakeholders? If I can quickly ask, what do you think whom do you collaborate with? When I say collaborative engagement, whom do you collaborate with?
Those who have a facility which is not sufficient to my lab, or
Hmm.
with the person having a facility, whatever I propose in my project,
Hmm.
I will try to collaborate with them to
Hmm.
use that facilities, their experimentation facility or
Hmm.
their expertise for data interpretation, so that I will successfully complete whatever the outcome I proposed in my proposal. So I will collaborate with them.
Hmm.
That may be a government laboratories or
Hmm.
maybe a well-known scientist related
Okay.
to my work. So
Okay.
that type of collaboration I will do.
Hmm. Any other kinds of collaborative engagement? When I say we need to talk to people to collaborate, who are these people that we are thinking of?
It depends upon the whatever the output you have proposed. Suppose your output is related to data driven from the societal point, that type of collaborations we will establish. That government agency which can provide me the data, ready-made data. Yeah, in case of lab facility, cutting edge facility, if I want to use, but it is not available in my lab, to in laboratory, advanced laboratory collaborations I will establish. So depending upon what type of outcome I promise to deliver, on that basis I will establish the collaboration so that the proposed project will be successfully completed.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you. Anyone else would like to add? Who do we talk to when we say we want to collaborate, we want to
In a
work with?
single word, whoever complement our study could be considered for collaboration.
And who would that be?
And ma'am,
As ma'am suggested, people who are in government agencies, different laboratories, people who add to our work. Any other kind of people?
There can be multiple levels.
Yes.
It depends on what is the kind of work you're doing.
Hmm.
I work with healthcare related things, disease related problems.
Hmm.
I would look for collaborations with clinicians
Mhm.
who could provide me
Mhm.
data related to the patients.
Hmm.
Sometimes I require surgeons who can provide me biopsies
Okay.
for these conditions that I'm having.
Hmm.
I also consider the vendors and suppliers who supply reagents, chemicals, and
Yes.
instruments to me as my collaborators. They will be non-academic,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
and to a larger extent, the manpower in the laboratory, which is not doing research, who will complement my
Yes.
work, who will take care of my lab,
Yes.
maintain the proper working conditions.
Yes.
My accounting staff who will take care of my paperwork,
Yes.
manage the files,
Yes.
and the administration who will, in the end, help me wrap up the project.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I will try to touch upon this in a more details later, just in case I forget. In both your answers, we were still looking into our immediate gains, what we need in order to develop our ongoing research. My suggestion or the ways I would want is develop collaborations in a way, add to somebody else's ongoing project such that together you can think about, say, a bigger grant of 100 crore, where I am not adding a small part to a larger, but I can also be a PI of a larger grant in 10 years' time, in 15 years' time. But I am thinking of how do we develop collaborative engagement such that that leads to a long run, a long term relationships. So that is the kind of collaborative engagement that I would want that we have a discussion on. Because the first part of what you both pointed out, you both are all of us by now, we are good at it. How do we work with people with whom we are immediately connected with? Hence, I will skip that part. We will try to work on how do we work with people who may not know about our work. I have to persuade them that work with me. I have to persuade them that take my students in your lab. I have to persuade them send your good students in my lab as postdoc. How do we do that? People who don't know us, people who are not convinced about us. People may not be convinced about our the kind of work, forget about us as an individual, the kind of work as a research. So I have to convince them in terms of research. How do we do that? So that is the kind of long term, a larger vision of collaborative engagements that I want all of us, we don't have much time. So at least we can think on these questions. And if we have time, please remind me, we need to speak on them. Now, we'll quickly go on this. When do you want your lunch? Okay. Now, first, like I said, we'll split into two. The first part is how do we effectively manage our grant, because this is something that immediately after the grant is awarded, we have to do it. A lot of times as researchers, this is where at least I personally struggled, because as researchers, we tend to not be very good with this. Now, this is something, if I am not wrong, I printed something. It is like tiny flowcharts and drawings that my students often help me with. Again, I am not good at it. But as you pointed out, the first step is finding, go to DST website, ANRF website, ICSSR website, and ICHR website, and every possible website, and check, because unfortunately we still don't have a website which puts together all of them. And find the right opportunity for what works for us. Grant submission, 20 pages, 30 pages, grant submission. I think I've printed, don't worry. I think it somewhere must be, I should have printed, don't worry. Grant submission, grant award, now we have time to celebrate. The next is what is actually the difficult, the implementation and the monitoring part. Research is the easiest part when you get the grant. It is everything else, the admin part, that is difficult. Ask them. Yes, I completely understand you have bureaucratic problems beyond me. Yes, I completely understand. You also don't have the support of fantastic staff that I have. I completely agree. I said I moved from a university system to an IIT system. Thank you. I say also this because a lot of times our expectations at the level of our proposal submission, somewhere we lose that when we have to do all this paperwork. That takes a lot of emotional energy. Forget about any other kind of physical energy. It takes. Hence, it helps me to break it down into small. Now, monitoring, implementation, and sustainability. Now, this first part is I am not touching upon. If you have any doubts, ask me. The first part is when you write your funding, you write a proposal. First part is your project overall overview. Second part is research gap. Third part, do you want me to say slowly? Do you want to note it down? Because we have many college students here. It's fine? Okay, the first part is project overview. Second part is gap in the research. Third part is what? Then there is assessment, and finally deliverable, budget, timeline. 2 years project, 5 years project, 6 months projects. All of these you submit at the level of. Then is grant award submission. You create your discussion, narrative details, everything online. Submissions, a lot of times the websites don't work, don't wait for the last moment. Then is, it should be in Raviti, doesn't matter, I'll give it after lunch. Goals, budget, again timeline. Now, then is the official paperwork happening. So this is the last two portions is where I thought I will touch upon more. The last two portions is when you actually have the work plan and the milestone, what you exactly want to achieve at the time of say 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months in terms of your research. Sometimes your research will not go, you will not have the kind of research that you thought in 6 months you would have. What do you do then? Do you stop your work? Do you move to point A? Progress monitoring. Now each of these we have to break it up. I have printed this part. This is where I thought that we break it down. Universities have separate rules for what you can procure. So certain things you can procure, certain things you cannot procure, certain things you can put in consumable, manpower, a lot of things you cannot put as your expenses. There are direct purchase. So all of these come in the compliances that you should be aware so that you can procure, so that you can have the financial monitoring done. This is something that I have shared. Now, this is the part where we wanted to spend a little time on. If there is anything specific that you would like to ask, feel free to ask. If there is anything, because otherwise, remember the problem that we started on. The 4 letters did not reach. That is where we usually land up with. Not the effort, but the deliverables if it is.
Suppose we have like 1 year or 2 year after granting the project, but we have to do the documentation also.
We do the documentation from day one. While you are in the field, while you are in your lab, because in 2 years' time things will change and you will forget. You will forget. You will forget, you will not remember your literary review or research. What might have looked as gap in research is not anymore a gap. So things change. While you're doing your research, there are thousands of people who are doing, always assume they're doing better research. So your work is in conversation with ongoing research. You will not wait ideally for the last day for writing. That is when you edit. Writing starts from day one. Now, one of the things that works is when you are creating this management, always start with a management system in place with the metrics in place. Maintain a sound purchasing system. What you want to purchase, when you want to purchase, with what kind of, that really helps. Property purchased with grants belong to the funding agency. Sometimes we have to return, sometimes we can keep. Some certain kind of purchases are allowed, certain kinds of purchases are not allowed. Maintain that longish Excel sheet. It just makes your life easier. Then is quality review and control. Now, compliances issues is something that I believe we will have our staff from MMS who will speak better on this. But these are some of the things that usually we need to take care of. There are 3 ways by which compliances issues come up. First is the funding from the state government or central government. They have a separate rules. Second is the foundation. So if you say are being funded by a foundation. Third is individual donations. In your case, I believe it's the first one, right? In the first one, it's very clear in ANRF website what they allow and what they don't allow, or DST website. So check your website before you purchase. What kinds of purchases are allowed? What limits it is allowed? Those things are. How do we achieve it? Now, so far I was saying this is something that we have to do. So this is something we have to do, the boring details. Now, how do we do it? First is what I started with. You will be working with a lot of people. Good project requires people who can help you to grow together. That how do you train your personnel is start with your training. Start with the assumption, it's not an assumption actually. What you as a researcher think will be very different from someone who is working there in order to take care of the finances in the finance section, your section officers or your purchase department. They are not researchers. They don't think your project in terms of research. So train your people with whom you're working as how you want your work to go on. Identify your priorities. You will have troubles. Preempt that. Identify what you want to achieve, identify your priorities. That helps. Streamline processes. I understand it is difficult. But streamlining processes sometimes within the project, if at all we cannot do it within the university level, but within the project, what I want from my RA, what I want specific. We can have RA in your projects?
That is a separate system. University system, that is a separate one. JRF we have.
So you have JRF? You can have JRF, right?
Every project has
So we can. So what do you expect your JRF to write? What do you expect your JRF to read? What do you expect your JRF to specifically work, say, in 2 years, 3 years' time? Sometimes, as a researcher, when we submit our proposal, we assume that our JRF is hardly, say, 29, 28 years old, 27 years. They will not understand research. So we have to start with the point where you have to train your JRF to understand what you want. They will not see the research in the eagle eye point of view as you and I might see it. Break it down into a small research problem for them. So JRF eventually gets a PhD degree with you?
Yeah, they are registered for PhD degree.
They are registered for a PhD, or that's a project work?
That is a project work, but simultaneously they register for PhD on that topic.
So, and the time duration would be 5 years?
Yes, 3 to 5 years duration.
Okay. So in 5 years, what are the specifically what you expect your JRF student to do? That is something, if you streamline it, because that is in your control, right? There are a lot of things that are not in our control, true. There are a lot of things that are in our control. We have to streamline what is in our control. And also create templates and ready-made tools. Create templates, even for emails. I know this sounds silly. Even for emails, we should have a template that you expect your JRF to send. We will go there. Why do you think I'm asking you repeatedly? Because repeatedly you will, if you don't identify your key requirements of what you expect your project to be. When we submit our project, we are very happy, we are ambitious, we think we'll change a lot of things. It doesn't work like that. So we have to identify our key requirements with the specific details. Now, key requirements will involve specific details, plan to execute those specific details, budget, equipment. Equipment is important. We ask for a software, we have to ask for the computer also. You ask for a computer, you also have to ask for that USB. These are little things that we forget. Because at the time of proposal writing, we are so engrossed with writing our proposal, and we tend to have last 2 deadlines, 2 days deadlines, and we are putting up too many things that we don't put in these details. And like I said, teaching and everything is there. So we have to work in a way that you have ready-made templates for purchase. And I don't know, does indenting work? We have something called indenting. Yeah. So there's a gem portal where we have to work with.
The templates are there. That format is there, same format is there.
Yes. So we have to work. Indenting takes time, 6 months time. You have to work with those assumptions that it is not an Amazon. It does not deliver it. So indenting, all of these takes time, but your deliverable has to be submitted in 6 months product report. But the indenting takes 6 months time. How do we work then?
No, but when we prepare the roadmap, no, we consider that timeline. We know for in my university, if I start one day, then for the appointment of GRF, they take the 3 months. That procedure is there. First advertising there, then expert committee will come, and then interview. So while preparing the roadmap, we consider that deadline also. So for procurement of instrument, I know the 6 months is there. So in my roadmap, that plan is that the instrument gets started after 6 months. So that type of roadmap we prepare by considering the timeline and execution process.
That is a good practice. And along with it, we will also have issues like sometimes you don't find a suitable candidate even in that 3 months of interview. Then we re-advertise, we go through the paperwork again. And then even if we have a JRF who has joining us, the JRF comes from a different background who is not trained. We spend another 6 months to train. All of these I am asking you to take into cognizance so that our impact, we have to reach there, no?
Even in a tendering process also, ma'am, in one tender, we may not get the three
We
conditions.
don't get. I always say we have to start with the assumption that it may not work. What are the ways in which we don't fall back upon us? So first is that we have to, because our aim is to submit. We have to not fall into the letter problem. So we have to submit timely report and we have to follow deadlines. ANRF, DST, they are strict with their deadlines. One of the things that has helped me is collaborative. How do we collaborate? We have to work with people so that our deadlines are reached. Now this is where collaborative engagement comes in, and hence I said that let us think about collaborative engagements a little differently. Do we have time? Huh? Okay. Now, when I talk about collaborations, I ask you to also think differently about collaborations is first within your institutes, within your discipline, not necessarily directly your PI and co-PI, but people who may have expertise or little knowledges which may help you within your institute, within your vicinity, within your discipline. The second is interinstitutional. So for me, sometimes it helps if I collaborate or if I work with, say, IIM, say DAV, say ISER Bhopal. This is in my vicinity immediately. Then I spread outside MP. Then I try to spread outside global. So global outreach. How do we reach from one step to the next step to the next step? Because I have realized that that is the only way by which I don't fall into the trouble, because those nitty-gritties will remain, bureaucratic will remain. 6 months indenting, things may not work, will not work. So does it mean that I don't submit? Does it mean that I don't have submit? The only way by which I can let go of all those problems is, again, I have printed. No, I have not printed. This is more or less. Now, this is something that helps to think a little differently about how you want to collaborate, is engage with your stakeholders. Engage with your stakeholders also means that you deliberately think about assessment right in the beginning. In fact, I had given a PDF which did not get printed. If you need to call Ravichi, they have the PDF, Word document. The assessment thing comes in the beginning, not in the end. Do the reverse. That's how I start. Start with the assessment of what is common goal and objective. Then you see it as, and it's not a flow chart, it's like a circle thing. How do you want to scale up your work? Accordingly, create your requirements for your JRF. Are you following what I'm trying to alert you? That don't start with your JRF requirements and then go here. Start with your assessment and how you scale up, and then ask your JRF, this is what I want from you. This is in next week, submit me. In next 1 month time, submit me this. In next 6 months time, this is what we can do. So that in 1 year's time, we can submit a portion of our work to journals. Journals will take 1 year's time. Journals take time. So a lot of times that helps in order to reach the different kind of steps. If there is any specific detail that you want, I can stop and explain. Stakeholders also, while we are working with one grant, we are also expected, and we also expect that you start writing grant proposals for your other projects that might help with your existing project. That is where you involve other people to work with you. Not only with what you're working now. Say you're working in healthcare. You're working in healthcare in what?
I work with infectious diseases, tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis, you work with, so you work in relation to tuberculosis and
genetic aspects of, the genetic aspects of both pathogen and host.
Okay. So in this aspect, we are already working on one project which wraps up, that in 5 years time, this is what hopefully will wrap up. Why don't you start with another grant writing proposal? Forget grant writing, but think about collaborating with, say, AIIMS Bhopal, AIIMS Delhi, people who are already working on tuberculosis. The only reason why I'm asking is because my own research area is medical humanities, and we often work on these areas. So treat not just people who will directly help me to achieve, say, topic X in my present grant, but also within, it's called an ecosystem. So you create a knowledge infrastructure, think in terms of knowledge infrastructure of how you want to work together. Now, this takes us to what I was thinking, that we have to think our collaborations, collaborative engagements in terms of global outreach. So one of our projects, if I say in 10 years' time, the best person who works in my field works in Durham University Medical Humanities. Just an example. or Exeter or Harvard School of Medical Humanities. And I ask her or him, will you work with me? Of course they will say no. But in 10 years of time, you want to them to work with you, you want your students to have co-supervised PhD, you want their PhDs to come and work with you. It's a shared relationship. Then you start now. That's how you think about collaborative engagements. Now, this is a large point of view. Break it down into smaller point of views which work. Now, this is how I think about collaborations, that how can we actually work, the question of how. Think about similar projects within your organization. In my case personally, what I work on might be similar to what our BSB department, bioscience department works on, might be quite similar to what biotechnology people work on. It might in fact be similar to what other doctors and others work, actually clinicians. Sustained project through subsequent funding agency. This is something that we tend to forget. First 5 years, I'm sorted, I will not apply anywhere. No, start applying even when you have the grant. Start applying, think about collaborations which will take you further bigger grants. Success of project also, this is the last part, is sharing. Collaboration is not just one-way relationship where I benefit from you. Collaborations are also mutual relationships. Sometimes a lot of collaborations don't end up with a grants, or even if you write a proposal, that it gets rejected. But collaborations are your long-term relationships. Now, one of the things that we will try to touch upon, we will have to touch upon, is how do you communicate? The question of communication. A lot of times collaborations, even they reach the level of productive collaboration, stop because of wrong communication, the way we communicate with each other. We think we, now communication is important. How do you think we should communicate within academic communications? If you saw the title, I had called it effective academic communication. Is there any difference between the two? Communication, academic communication, college students. Formal. Difference. Break it up. Okay. But your institute also has professors, no? Okay. Okay. Tell me any other difference. Try.
Use of terminologies.
Hmm?
Like when we talk to other authors or writers, we try to make make influence on them and try to learn from them as well.
And how do we do that?
By reading papers, learn.
Okay. So first we read the work of whom we are writing the email to. Usually our first conversation is an email conversation. Okay. What are the things that we should avoid when we are writing an email to, say, a professor? I make a lot of errors in this area. I have to cross check and check and check more than my research papers, my emails. I am panicked about emails.
It should be more simple, not
Hmm.
Short enough.
Short. Okay, to the point. Then objective should be clear. Language is formal. Then what is formal language? Okay. 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 So what I have tried to do is, this is working. Now, one of the things that we tend to understand communication is wrongly is when I have something, I have a matter, I need to give it to you. So language is a mode of transmission. Now, the kind of questions that we just now had in our previous panel. How do we write an abstract? How do we write an abstract that does not get rejected? That is not a problem that only our students face. Even our abstracts get rejected all the time. Minute. How do we write? How do we read in a way that and write that you know what is Turnitin? So when you submit a paper, you have to get anti-plagiarism report. Most universities use Turnitin. We also have something for AI. So if you use AI in IIT, we have something which will identify and mark it in red in AI and pink for the plagiarized. So very tech savvy. So how do we, and sometimes it is not deliberate, like one of you pointed out, who was asking. So one, and that is flagged as plagiarism. How do we write? Because you think as language as a mode of transmission. Now this is a wrong method of thinking about communication. Don't. Ideally, this is what we tend to think, that I will speak, you will hear, and there is a constant feedback. And a lot of times, this is called ethical conundrums. The first one we did was a letter. This is the second one. Please read it. We'll read it together. This time I want better answers. As life transforming events go, the arrival of poppadoms, you know poppadoms? Papar. At the table hardly counts as the most dramatic. But it gave Saskia the kind of mental jolt that would profoundly alter the way she thought. The problem was that the waiter who delivered the poppadoms was not of Indian descent but was a white Anglo-Saxon, a foreign culture. Had the waiter served her a steak and a kidney pie, it would have been no more incongruous than his skin color. Incongruous means that it does not match. The more she thought about it, however, the less sense it made. Saskia thought of herself as a multiculturalist. That is to say, she positively enjoyed the variety of cultures an ethnically diverse society sustains. But her enjoyment depended upon other people remaining ethnically distinct. She could enjoy a life flitting between many cultures only if others remained firmly rooted in one. For her to be multiculturalist, others needed to be monoculturalist. Where did that leave her ideal of a multicultural society? Can anyone tell me what we just now read? There is an episode of a woman, as per the name, seems like she is of Russian origin. She has gone to a restaurant to eat and she had ordered poppadoms. Huh? Who was she expecting her would serve? An Indian waiter. Not like it. Why?
Because she was expecting that as poppadom is like Indian, belongs to Indian culture, the server or the waiter will also be will have the origin of an Indian culture.
Why?
The skin color is not like representation is all that matters.
Think carefully.
Actually, the perception. Actually, the perception is for we did like Indian restaurant.
Is it altering the taste of the poppadom? No. It is affecting? No. Yes. Presentation. But she is multiculturalist. No.
What process?
She came with an expectation that it will be served from the person who is from Indian origin. She
More
had
of
the
the
perception.
expectations.
Yes. What is the problem here? Is she wrong? She is not wrong.
No, she is wrong.
She is wrong.
Why she should think like the
But she was
Indian
expecting
waiter
it to be.
should serve the poppadoms
Yes.
when she's not going in an Indian restaurant.
She went to an Indian restaurant.
But let it be Indian. Why should have thought this is like
She's saying that my experience of eating in an Indian restaurant is now jolted. Why?
She came with a mindset that she is going to get the people who belong to Indian origin. So she was having a different expectation, but since it could not be fulfilled, so we can say that people have made some kind of
A mental mapping
some
couldn't allow this kind
mindset
of
cannot be
setup.
changed.
This is the
So nothing is wrong
Anglo-Saxon
in that,
wisdom.
but
What is this she's talking about multiculturalist? Anyone? You were saying something, sorry.
I was talking the one point which I feel like she has this racist mindset. One and another mindset which I can guess of is like she is more of an elitist thing. She didn't expect an English white guy to work as a server or a waiter in an Indian restaurant.
Okay.
That is one thing. And she wanted to experience probably the Indian culture, and I asked me, maybe she was in a wrong place.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Thank you.
Ma'am, there's a thing. If a Bengali person speaks Marathi, that is unimaginable for some people because it is not expected from a Bengali people that he can speak Marathi. Not you, yes, not a day-to-day life experience. So, from the story, वहाँ पे एक line है, for her to be multiculturalist, others needed to be monoculturalist.
Good.
So she wants that particular culture of people to represent that culture, not other cultures.
So that she can experience diverse cultures.
Yes.
Okay. Good. What you did just now is what you have to do when you read a paper. Identify keyword, identify key ideas, identify thesis sentence, then write a summary. After that, write an analysis. Analysis portion is what you will hold on. The rest is what you do homework. It will take time. You have enough time. You're a first year college, right? Start with keywords. Good. Now, if you notice carefully, I just now recollected because this was a question that you had asked. How do we identify ideas and write so that we don't replicate our author's ideas? So, what did we notice here? We notice context, we notice relationship, we notice the expected structure that we were expecting, that it is an Indian restaurant, it should be served by Indians, preferably wearing saris or Indian men attire, and appropriate skin color. That structure is not being followed, and therefore the behavior is not in the terms of taste but in the experience of the restaurant. This is what is called communication, where we come with our expectations and perceptions. We work with perceptions even if we are not spelling it out. Our research belongs to this domain. A lot of it we don't spell out. Much of our research belongs to the domain where we work with perceptions. So here is to here. A lot of times we start with a contour or mental maps that does not necessarily go there. So our communications with our collaborators have to have space for these perceptions as well. This is where this kind of thinking about, or this model of looking into communication sometimes has limitations. You will have what is called the space of misinterpretation, because you are starting with the point of stereotypes, you are starting with the point of perceptions, and we all have that. There is a fantastic website, it's maintained by Harvard, it's called implicitbias.harvard.edu, something like this, where you can do a test of what you feel that you are not biased about. For example, I would say I am not biased about gender. I am a woman, I am not biased about gender. So you take the test on gender. Say I am not biased about skin color. So I take a test on skin color. And then that software will identify, it's for researchers actually, whether you are biased about ethnically diverse, whether you are biased about gender, whether you are biased about masculinity, whether you are biased about, so there are different frameworks. And I always tell my students, take the framework that you're most confident about and see to what percentage your bias is. Do that. We don't have time, otherwise we could have done it in the class. Now, communication, this is something that we have to. Now, when I say communication, I don't mean only spoken. I actually mean it in writing communication. Communication comes from the word communis, which means shared. Communication has to be in a way with a goal of sharing, interpersonal. It comes from communion, community with shared ideas. So one of the first ways of rethinking how you want to talk about communication, effective communication, is patchwork. Bits and pieces of what might work for me, what might work for you, what might work for you. Bigger projects inevitably requires interinstitutional relationships. Interinstitutional relationships are not built in one day. It takes years and years and years, and the end is MOU. We don't start with an MOU. So it's patchwork, it is a network, and something that students tend to understand because you come from S&T background, is what is called parallel processing. So I use the metaphor of that to explain. Again, I have printed. Did I print? I have printed. I cannot share the PPT, so bits and pieces, whatever I thought might help you, I have printed. So see what you want to say. What you want to say is what I want the research to achieve. Verbal, non-verbal. And I say this because your entire relationship with your JRF, with your project staff, with your co-PI is fundamentally a relationship of communication. You cannot have a PI, a co-PI, a good project staff with whom you can depend on if you cannot communicate your needs properly, if you cannot understand the other person's problems properly. Every relationship in research is a problem of communication. We also have to accept the fact as researchers we are bad communicators. We are bad communicators because we tend to spend most of our hours in our research labs. So what you want to say, intention, verbal, non-verbal cues, cultural filters, we tend to forget that. Cultural filters, extremely important. That is the reason we looked into that example of Popperdom. Cultural filters, environmental factors. What works for me within the space of IIT may not work for you. What works for you may not work for the kind of structure where I am working in. So your own environmental factor, tailor your work accordingly. Relationship and history, develop that. Receiver from the other side, because communication is not just what you're speaking, but also what you're listening from the other person. If you cannot add value to their lives, nobody will work with you. So stimuli, meaning, response. It is always continuous. It does not happen, you write an email and you expect, and we'll go to the email conversations part later. Emails are very important. First point of contact of rejection. Emails are important. So continuous multi-layered feedback loop. It is always verbal and non-verbal. There is no way by which I can teach you non-verbal in 1 hour, but please remember verbal and non-verbal and contextual. Now each of these put together, do we have time? Okay, so each of these put together is how we need to rethink about our collaborations. This is important. I'm repeatedly going back and forth to this. Is how do you communicate, is how do you create connections. It is also how you can work, and it is very tangible. Shared resources, shared PhD, shared MSc degrees. One semester, your students coming here and working. One semester, our students going and working. So these are all tangible things that I'm talking about. Action and conversations. Everything depends on how you communicate. And it is equally important for me also. How do I communicate with your co-supervisor? How do I communicate you as a student? How do you communicate? The very fact that person decides to take you as a student depends on your communication. Conversation, cooperation. This idea is clear? Now, academic communication, this is something that we will have to spend a little time on. Academic communication, again, is very different from any other kind of communication. And it is not because it is formal. Even when I am speaking to you, this is academic communication. Hopefully, I am less formal. So, the difference is not because it is formal and informal. Even academic communications happen in WhatsApp also. So tomorrow we have a research symposium. As seminar in charge, all my speakers I am communicating on WhatsApp. I cannot flight details and everything. We cannot communicate on emails all the time. But how you do it is what is called academic communication. It is always purpose driven. It is evidence based, formal, precise. This is what you are writing. Your research report. We will go there. Published work, collaboration, teaching, outreach. So even our teaching is academic collaborations. Our students are our biggest assets. Our students, ideally our students should do better work than us. Our BTech students, MTech students, PhD students, my own students, ideally should be better than me. That is where ideally we should be a better mentors. This part is clear? We'll break it. I have broken it up into smaller parts. Now, how do we achieve that? It has to be ongoing. You cannot write an email now and then at the time of admission you ask the supervisor, do you want to take me? No. It is ongoing. We cannot write an email now and at the time of say 1st April there is a deadline and then can we submit this proposal together? Do you want to be my co-PI? No. Relationships take time, effort, energy, resources. It is ongoing, it is structured, it is regular. And also one more thing that we tend to forget is you have to give the other person a say in the decision making. You have to give the other person say, meaning the other person has the right to say you know. Just because the other person has said you know does not mean that that is the end of our academic collaborative relation. Sometimes for several reasons, I may not be able to say yes to be your co-PI immediately. Does not work. We have other kinds of prior engagements. So we have to give that space of saying no, saying yes also, but saying no predominantly within the decision making. The same way, when we are working with our stakeholders, when we are doing community engagements, say for example, you work with doctors, I work with field research. It is not necessarily that the village community will always come and say me yes. They have the right to say no. So we have to give a space within the decision making to the stakeholders. If you want effectively to have collaborative communication, academic relationships that will last 2 years. Why? Because communication depends on common grounds, not on specifically what I need in this project. That is true, but that does not help in the long run. So again, did I give this?
Yes.
So this is what we share with our students in bits and pieces, that how do you develop collaborations, start with small pieces of a puzzle, build it together, build it within the unit, build it inter-unit, build it within the other universities, build it with your own peer group, identify, initiate meetings, initiate discussions, initiate shared goals. Sometimes in-person meeting is not feasible, online meetings, but meetings in person. Pilot projects, start small. Pilot project, don't try to write a book together, try to write a research paper together. Don't try to write a huge ARF project together, try to write a small 5 lakh grant together. So we'll pause here. Lunch, important. We'll pause here because also this topic requires us a little more conversation, so we'll come back after the lunch here.
Ma'am, could you tell us the academic communication?
Yes, we'll do that. We'll do that. Yes.
Our next session will start at 2, so we will all gather here at 1:50.
Dr. Arotri Das. So she will be delivering a lecture on effective academic communication. So I will ask the Dr. Arotri Das to just start this session. Over to Dr. Arotri.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is where we were discussing on that research, any kind of collaborative engagement, any kind of collaborative research, eventually is ways in which we try to find common grounds. What I have circulated just now is a basic format of what everyone is expected to submit as their progress report. This is what we eventually submit as our progress report. Now, when we are writing our progress reports, settle down. Now, like we discussed previously, that we have to find common grounds. The assumption is not that we don't argue. We will argue. Good research accommodates that space of argument. You will argue with your friends, you will argue with your faculty, you will argue with your co-collaborators. If you are writing together a peer paper, you will argue. You will argue with your administrative staff. And we do have here PDF here, Majid sir who was just now speaking. So we will have spaces of argument. We have to rethink the ways in which we talk about arguments. Arguments are not where I have to win. Arguments are spaces of growth. Two differing ideas, when we put them together in order to come up on a specific idea, that is argument. Isn't it true for both of you? Both of you have finished your PhD, Debulina and Majid ji, right? So Dr. Majid, Dr. Debulina, both of you have finished your PhD. Both of you have witnessed spaces where you have argued. You cannot have a PhD, you cannot be a good postdoc, you cannot be a good project assistant if you don't have that space of argument. Now, arguments are important because that is also the key point when we have our collaborative research engagements. Break it down into small steps. The first step is you find what is your shared clear goal. First step. These are the 5 things that I want to do. So you are saying, how do I share my research with others? First, you should know what your research is going to be about. Identify first 5 clear goals. These are the 5 clear goals that I have. Second, each time we are having a clear goal, you should also formally agree on this is what I will do, this is what you will do, so that there is no space of disjunctions. Treat each other with mutual respect, extremely important. We cannot work in an unkind environment. We have to be kind to each other and kind to ourselves. Research is tiring, emotionally, psychologically, intellectually. You have to be kind to yourselves, be honest and ethical. So when you just asked me one of our questions that we encountered in the morning, how do we use AI? You will use AI. AI is just a better version of Wikipedia. You used Wikipedia, right? Wikipedia, then you used what is Google Scholar. Now you are using ChatGPT, Gemini. A lot of these drawings are not made by me. I have used AI. How did I use AI? I have given the information where the visual is done by them. Because it is not feasible for me to draw. I don't have that time. Does it mean that I take credit for the drawing? No. I have to be upfront that this is not a drawing by me. So you have to say which is your work, which is the portion that you have borrowed, and B, what are the ways by which you can be honest and ethical is also when you use AI responsibly. You use information efficiently. So research or teaching for that matter is no more about information because I cannot compete with Wikipedia. I cannot compete with Google Scholar. If you have access to JSTOR, Project Muse, other databases which we have here, you can go to your university library website, they will have databases. I cannot compete in terms of information. Information is already there. What I can compete for is how you use that information in order to substantiate your own argument. Did you understand the difference between the two? Now, that is where resource and data sharing becomes important. Resources and data has to be shared for a common goal. Because remember, data is no more something that only you have access to. If I have access to ChatGPT, others also have. Everybody has access to the same information. It is when bad papers don't come because of lack of information. It used to be a problem once upon a time. Now it is not. Reverse problem, over information. You don't know where to put it, how you frame it. So one of the things that I was, how do you establish collaborative relationship? Online. First thing, email. Even if you're trying to meet a person, you have to fix an appointment. Now these are few things quickly will go because all of these again is available online. Appropriate vocabulary. You will not speak online. This is something, it's a very clear thing. You shall not speak what you not speak in real life. There are certain things that you shall not tell me in front if I am there. The same things you shall not tell me online. Online give us an anonymity, and therefore we tend to overcross our boundaries. So we will not use online presence any differently than what we use in our real life presences. That is a clear marker that I follow. If this is the way I shall speak to my dean in real life, I shall maintain that same decorum when I'm writing an email. It is the easiest way to write an email. Treat your email as though you're writing to the real person, you're talking to a real person. So appropriate vocabulary, provide a context. Sometimes in your emails, we write one-liners like a WhatsApp message. Give me a reco letter, full stop. Does not help. You want a recommendation letter, you want a reco letter, you will need a reco letter. So you want a reco letter, give a context. I am applying for this. In this project, I want to work on this. For this, these are the specific goals that I have. For this, I have pursued this degree. A lot of times we receive emails, I need a reco letter, please find attached the CV. The CV does not say me any detail. Apart from that, you have done a BSc and an MSc and 2 short-term courses. Does not say much detail. So provide a context in the email itself. Use of appropriate font and capital letters. Very important. Don't write capital letters. Capital letters means you are speaking loudly. Don't write bold. Don't write different colors. So it often happens that because we use our mobile phones, because we use our laptops, inevitably different fonts come in. So write your email, then Control A, then make all the changes. Have one font, have one size, same size. If you want, use language tools and Grammarly. If you feel that you are not confident about the use of grammar, there is no harm in using Grammarly. The free version is there, the paid version is also not expensive. So feel free to use language tools. Apart from Grammarly, there are several language tools. This is not for writing your progress report. This is for writing when we are writing just basic conversations. Sometimes we need to feel more confident. If you feel that AI helps you, use that. Now, these are things that I said quickly we will go. that please try to write your details, as many as possible. Your roll number, your name, why are you writing. Do not write in capitals, do not write a lot of time, this is urgent. What is urgent for you may not be urgent for the other person. Do not expect immediate replies. Do not expect replies within 24 hours. I know that is how we have now started behaving, but that is not appropriate. Do not send reminder emails within few hours. Then do's and don'ts, do not be write dear professor x comma y, address by the last name, first name. With female it often happens, we don't address female professors appropriately. Male professors, Dr. X, Professor X. Female, we tend to write Dear Mrs. or Dear Miss. Address the same way how you will address in your real life conversations. Clear rule. Then academic emails also have to be very purposeful. So you have to write why you are writing. So say, I am writing this email. It's very simple English. I am writing this email to convey my regards, or I am writing this email to request you for a recommendation letter. I am writing this letter to convey my interest about joining your research project as an intern, full stop. Give the details of the project that you are writing. So the more details they are, if you are more confident, write in bullet form. Any other doubts that you have?
Ma'am, can you go with the last slide?
The previous one?
Yes. In case of female professors, so what should we write? Like, if
So,
we are a professor, so we can write to professor.
Yes. So if you are, so usually I receive emails and so this is how people write to me. If you are unsure about it, never write the first name. First name, if you are still unsure whether I am a professor or not, at least I am a doctor. Any other doubts?
Actually, usually it comes to
Please be seated, it is okay.
the mail then, but they reply in a negative sense or does not reply. We shall reply back within how much duration?
So ideally, wait for a week's time, and in a week's time, if your say the teacher has not responded, then there is this is a gentle reminder. It does happen, especially with our institutional email ID. A lot of emails go into spam. We don't get the emails because institutional, institutional email ID, iit.ac.in, those are the email IDs. Anyone who is outside the institutions, inevitably these emails go into spam. So sometimes I don't get your emails. Sometimes your reminded emails comes in and then I go and cross check and then I see the email. So it can be for that reason. So 1 week's time is a fair, decent time to wait. Sometimes the professor does not want to take you. So, and therefore is avoiding to speak to you. So what you do, but you don't know that, but you have to give that space. Remember, we have to give the space for the others to say us no. So what you do is, I had written, I also understand that there might be a possibility where I may not be selected for this position. I am writing to check or inquire, full stop. Give the person the space to say no. Sometimes what happens is, an older professor, you are a 17, 18-year-old, and they don't want to hurt you by saying no. Maybe you are not so young and so inexperienced that you are not eligible for that. So sometimes there are several reasons when people don't reply. So give that space. 1 week's time is fair enough.
But other thing that who comes to like we are new to earlier researchers, there are lots of mistakes that we can avoid by writing academic things like emails and stuff. What are the things that we should avoid other than these?
Other than this, like grammar?
No, not grammar, but in the context of like explaining the things.
Check eligibility criteria. In email context, check eligibility criteria. One of the things that you have to understand is that we tend to receive hundreds of emails every day. One of the that you have not, you want to know when do I not reply?
Yes, and what are the main things that we tend to have received millions of emails, and what are the main things we look for in email?
In your case, what are the main things?
So, for example, I have advertised for a position in PhD. Obviously, I will receive emails. There are 2 positions. I am hoping that I will receive about 100 emails. Yes, and of that, around 25, 20 will be shortlisted. However, usually, if not all time, I will send to the other 75 to 80 students rejection emails also. Within that, so you are asking what are the times when I
No, majorly I am asking that what are the skills that you require need, or like proposal में ऐसी क्या चीज होती है जो आप मेनली फोकस करते हो, लाइक ईमेल्स बहुत लोगों को लिखना भी नहीं आता.
How should we represent ourselves to make an influence on others?
You cannot influence others.
So, like
to highlight your CV and highlight your text.
So that's what I'm saying. What are the key? So it is context based. For example, if you are writing an email to get an internship, right? The first thing that I would want is someone who, the applicant should at least check the eligibility criteria. If, for example, the eligibility criteria is from the discipline of, say, I have written social sciences and humanities, right? And if you are not eligible, then that is something not appropriate. So you check the eligibility first thing.
For a life science student,
Yes, for life science student, maybe in a BSB department there is an opportunity for internship, right? We all have internship. In the summer vacation we will have summer interns, so BSB department will also advertise. In fact, the advertisement is common. Everybody will apply to their own individual departments. So there, how you write an email?
No, actually the skill sets that if we are looking for an internship under life science student, for particularly for ecology, the skill set that we will require.
So then the advertisement will have certain eligibility criteria, right? So you will have to highlight those eligibility criteria if at all you fit there.
Majority of the times that we explain our things like I have received this training, and we majorly explain that thing. They come to here. I have trained on SAM. I have trained on HPLC. We explain, and this causes us to being rejected. Like majority of our experience and learnings are not included in this. We only came to tells outcome and what are the things like if you on the machine that is scanning platform in this thing. We explain these things. The majority, the mechanism part is always avoided by the UG students. That PG students explain.
So you want me to tell you the format for how do you frame an email like that? Yes. And that format is independent to the application being rejected and accepted. Because sometimes rejections happen because others have better qualifications, right? Or maybe relevant qualifications. Even a PhD student maybe from another field might get rejected, but a PhD student, PG student may be accepted because their experience was on the relevant field, right? So a basic email looks like very simple. Dear professor, write the name of the person, comma. Then you go to the next sentence, I am writing to, then you say why you are writing. And that is specifically words from the advertisement. If the post is for project associate, then say I am applying for the post of project associate. Write the name of the project, bracket, details of the project, full stop, comma, bracket, very important. We don't take these things seriously. People who read, they take these things seriously. Full stop. Next sentence. I am a student of, write your present. So we go in ulta, descending order. I am a student here. My previous qualifications were X, Y, Z. With regard to the application, one specific ways by which you fit into the application. So with regard to the application, so the application has asked for someone who knows how to use an instrument X. You say, I know I have a prior knowledge of working with this instrument in this lab, full stop. Please find attached my previous work experience details or my CV, full stops. Did I say all the details? This is the basic email. You are allowed to ask questions.
Ma'am, sometimes when I write to any professor,
Yes.
like we attach the tracker with it, so that we get to know that whether the professor has read that email or not. If I can see, ma'am, this is like a mail sheet. So if I enable it, so whenever I send mail to any professor, so I will be able to know whether he has read it or not. So I want to know your opinion as a professor. So how do you view it, whether it's a good thing or bad?
It's not good. Just because I've read does not mean I want to reply now. That is like expecting that blue tick of the WhatsApp, no?
Exactly.
Hana. That is the reason most professors like me have closed, there is an option where you disable the blue tick. It is because, you know, we have bad schedules. We have back-to-back meetings, not because we hate you. Not you as a person. And also sometimes these decisions are collaborative. Four of us will decide whom we will take. So what we do is we wait for the opinions of our other collaborators, our other colleagues, and then we send a response. Okay, you know, we have received this kind of 4 applications from here. We do sometimes what happens is we also want to put together the opinions of others, that I have received 4 applications of UG students who are fantastic. Are they eligible? Because a lot of details are there of eligibility criteria, desirable criteria. So that is not a nice practice.
So we say that like if we send an email,
Yes.
so we become interested whether professor has seen that email or not. So with
Yes.
this we get to know that okay, he has seen that.
Yes.
So response is that kind of thing.
But that is like heartbreaking. No, it will hurt you even worse. That
He saw
that
the mail,
yes,
but
saw
did
the
not
mail and
reply.
then did not reply. Why do you want to hurt yourself?
Okay. Sometimes the auto-generated email will also.
Sometimes auto-generated emails are also there.
Professors are
And like I said, a lot of times our email IDs are institutional. So for outsiders, it just goes into spam. And in the morning, we were having compliance related questions. There, Pooja ma'am is here. MMS. All kinds of compliance related questions. Now, no, we are having a conversations of email, academic communication in terms of email. A lot of times we have to write emails in a way that we can elicit a positive response. So we have to, like we discussed, you state your purpose clearly, then ending, reply urgently. Sometimes we write this, kindly reply urgently. Not appropriate. I look forward to hearing from you. I request you, or say the truth. The deadline is on 15th of February. It would help if I receive a response from you by 10th of February. A lot of times being honest helps because we all understand that we work with life-breaking deadlines. Clear? Quickly, can I move to the next topic?
Sometimes they mention that abbreviation as early as possible ASAP.
Please do not write
in the formal email too.
No, forget about formal. I don't know. Most of us don't know.
Yes.
Most of us don't know.
It's very irritating actually.
Yes.
Who's reading this mail? That's ASAP.
Yes, yes. So we belong to a few generations before you. We don't know. So do not write abbreviations. Do not write the lingo that we use in our WhatsApp, Instagram, because those things a lot of times the other person does not know. Now follow-up emails, gentle reminder, give 1 week's time. Follow-up email cannot be immediately within few hours. That's not a follow-up email. So follow-up email, do not resend the same email repeatedly. Maybe you can make change that I had earlier sent this email with regard to X. I am writing again to inquire. Full stop. Clear?
A gentle reminder. In the trailing you have
Yes, if the trailing email is visible, that is within us, we know each other, it is fine. But for a new person who is trying to communicate, sometimes the trailing email is not sufficient. So we want to establish a relationship, then maybe one liner might help. That kind, or maybe just in the trailing email, I have addressed this. Now, this is the part where it might help you. If you don't understand, raise your hand and ask. Is research to report? Now, research writing, so long it is in our head, does not matter. Only when it is in a piece of paper, we repeat the information in a report, then it matters. How do we write a report? I have given the format. This is a basic format that ANRF-DST follows, where project reporting, there are two kinds of project reporting. The first is the kind technical report, the second is the financial report. Now, technical report is what is called annual progress report. What I just now circulated has all the details. It is written in a descriptive manner. You give details of all the outcomes, deliverables, and the work that you have done. If you have not achieved what you wanted to, then you say why you did not. It is usually prepared by the PI, so it will be your supervisors and professors who will prepare. It is submitted by the PI. It is compulsory for us to submit it to the funding agency. Financial reports are what we started today before the lunch session, that financial compliances, all of these have budget restrictions, but that also requires what is called budget head, against what budget head, how much we have spent, all those have to be submitted in terms of reports. Now, this is the format that we have to follow when we write. This is called an executive summary. You start with what was the problem that you were trying to talk. Then is what you have found your data. This is usually the format that in science and technology that we follow. So SNT, then we do the key risk. Then we say outline the solution. Develop implementation timeline, project anticipated benefits, and future plans. So roughly this becomes about 10 pages, 1 page each. This is the format. Clear? Any doubts that you want to ask? Now, dissemination and outreach. This is the part that, do you have this? Dissemination and outreach is something that is important. Research, we have to move beyond our academic walls. Now, this is where the last part is dissemination and outreach. How do we measure the output? It is sometimes in the form of publication, reports, policy submissions that you do. A lot of times it is also in terms of how do you contribute to knowledge that you create curriculum development. So based on your research, we create BTech courses, elective courses, MTech courses. That is how new courses come up. New courses based on what the new research has been working on. Then you also, and it's a cycle. So new research comes up and then new courses come up. That is the reason once we had only PCB, PCM, then we had 4 disciplines of engineering. Then we had electrical to electronic, computer science, computational. And now we have increasingly interdisciplinary sciences, because based on our contemporary world, contemporary problems, and contemporary new data and research, we are slowly moving to this curriculum development. And this is exactly what we have shared with, that how from curriculum development, publishing. Now, publishing are also of different kinds. One kind of publishing is the academic publishing. The other kind of publishing is the non-academic, yet with your academic data, which is called popular science writing. Do you all know what is called Reader's Digest? Reader's Digest. So that is quite common. Now, this is what is called preparing academic library and databases. Every research eventually becomes part of archive and databases. Digital research archiving process is also important, how you digitalize the data. This is increasingly becoming important. So we need to watch something. I need the sound. Rajesh ji?
This.
In the heart of this grove, 500 million monarch butterflies lie sleeping. They have traveled from as far as Canada to escape the cold northern winter. How they return to this exact spot is a mystery. Like the butterflies, hummingbirds feed on nectar, so our spy isn't seen as a threat. While resting, they cluster together to conserve precious warmth. But as the winter ends, the sun warms their fragile wings. Once they reach a critical 50 degrees, they start to fly. As the day warms, the forest comes to life. Spy hummingbird won't harm these delicate butterflies. Its moving parts are shielded to keep them safe. Butterflies can even safely land on its wings. It begins to capture something quite extraordinary. What starts as a trickle soon becomes a stream. Then grows into a cascade. A spectacle that has rarely been filmed. And our spy is harmlessly in the very heart of it. Beauty also lies in the detail.
In the ₹9 workshop that you're providing, what all do you cover?
In ₹9, you learn how to.
So this was a small video based on the research essay. This is a research essay that is written by a professor based on Carleton University. And if you see the research title of the topic is Butterflies That Can Hear With Their Wings. It talks about nymphalids, it talks about the veins on their wings and how they enable them to hear, something that we tend to not associate with the butterflies or wings of a butterfly. Now, how do we do outreach or dissemination of academic research? One of the method is you write an academic paper. Second, you write a popular writing. This is an academic paper written for anyone who is not in the field. So bioscience, but it does not have any jargon or academic jargon. Third, you make a video like this also. This is by PBS, which is similar to what you have in National Geographic channels. And with all this online presence, databases, library, these are also different ways by which you disseminate data. So this is what we were trying to focus today. I have shared this with all of you. How do we then, what are the processes that we do with a grant award? What are the, first is you establish management systems, implementation, compliances, different ways by which you report to funding agencies, dissemination, and outreach. Each of the terms we tried to break it up into smaller processes. This was butterfly monarch migration. How do we extend research beyond academia? Now, if you look into the video, we followed all of us followed the video. Now, these are the kind of questions that you might want to think later on. What are the key ideas in the video? Is this a collaborative video? Yes, there were 3 or more professors who were, this professor was referring to 3 or more other professors. How do we learn anything new? Did we learn? Yes, we learned about monarch migration that happens and ends across 3 generations. So one butterfly ends, so it's the grandfather, the grandparent butterfly, and the 3rd generation that reaches there. Is new research integrated into existing knowledge? Of course. Monarch butterflies did not know, we did not know. And next, is this new information adding to our existing scientific knowledge? Yes. These are the set of questions that any video on science should answer. The same way the butterfly essay that I have given you, you can go home and look at it. This is what is called advertisement also of dissemination, that how you break it down into smaller bits and pieces. The direct outreach will be through email, through publication. The indirect would be creating this kind of media platforms, digital and online. Why does dissemination matter? Because if we want to get more further future funds, if we want to establish collaborative relationships, dissemination is the only means by which we achieve any impact. This is where I wanted to stop. There are few examples from our own IIT ongoing work. If you have any queries, then we can go to those examples. Otherwise, this is where we started with proposal and we discussed that from proposal to dissemination, we will stop. If you have any question, feel free to ask. In online also, if there are any questions, this is the time you can ask. Should we wrap up then?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful and engaging session. Our next speaker will be joining us shortly. नहीं नहीं आएंगे सर. म्यूट कहाँ से होता है ये? म्यूट कर दो तब तक. नहीं 3:30 बजे स्टार्ट होगा.
Different mechatronics lab is one. The two are there. Another one is the physics background. So we experiment with all the things. Sir, प्रोजेक्ट भी अच्छा नहीं करा लैब फैसिलिटी भी अच्छी रही वो तो लगता है कि गाइड का जितना ज्यादा पूरे लैब के अंदर हाँ नहीं वो हम मैडम
IIT for up forward कर दो. As we continue with today's program, it is my privilege to invite a speaker who needs little introduction given the depth of insights and experience he brings with him to this forum. We are honored to have with us a distinguished administrator, academician, and institutional leader whose professional journey spans national defense, training, premier research laboratories, space and aerospace missions, and higher education governance. He brings with him over 2 decades of rich experience in institution building, governance systems, materials and inventory management, human resource frameworks, and quality management practices. Having served at organizations of national importance, including NDA, CSIR Navy, National Aerospace Laboratories, ISRO, and multiple IITs. Currently serving as the Registrar of IIT Indore, he has played a pivotal role in shaping robust administration, financial, HR, and policy structures, contributing significantly to the growth of second generation IITs and other centrally funded technical institutions. Beyond administration, he is a passionate trainer, mentor, researcher, and a committed social contributor with deep engagement in sustainability, community development, and capacity building. His today's lecture promises valuable insights on effective project management and ANRF-PAIR guidelines to submit SCUC. May I please invite Mr. Shubham Pure sir to present a bouquet of flower to Registrar sir as a token of gratitude. Sir, I kindly request you to take over the stage and begin the session.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, honorable dignitaries who are online. My name is SP Hota. I would like to present a few things which may not be a presentation on the topic, but more on interaction. My focus will be the practical difficulties and constraints faced by a project leader while executing the project. That's okay. Thank you. So I understand that this is a 5 days long program and we are almost in the midpoint. And I also understand that this is a post lunch coming to post tea session. So looking at the sensibilities of the audience, I want to cut short. So my focus of this presentation and the expected possible solutions will be how to handle a project. Effective project management requires many perspectives, including the administrative. So normally the word of wisdom comes at the end, but I would like to start with a word of wisdom, which is a law in management. It is always hard doing science of your own, and we make it harder when we work in collaboration. So it is always science remains a domain of people with high level of intellect, and when it comes to technology, you require more people to bring it from lab to land, and that's where the concept of a project comes. And the intention and the purpose of government is to utilize the intellectual mass at the level of IITs and universities and higher education institutes to contribute into tangible technology development. And that comes in different forms. So the concept of project may come through a sponsor. So the basic guideline is whenever we think about a project, it is the man who pays decides. So the rule of game of any externally projected funded projects will be mainly on these parameters. First of all, as I told, it is jiski lathi. So the terms of and conditions of a sanction order is your boundary lines within which we have to function. The funding agency will decide what to do, how to do, and when to do. Similarly, the financially and procedurally everything is auditable by a third agency, maybe multiple agencies. So whenever we make a contract between the funding agency and we are on the receiving end, there will be third person who is independent of both A and B, who are going to oversee, overlook, and review in forms of audit. And most of the time, we are all covered under federal audit, that is Controller and Auditor General of India. The timelines and milestones are also almost set. The tangible outcomes are normally decided over a period of time. If the project is for, say, 3 years, then every 6 months or periodic milestones are to be achieved. And of course, the objective is the starting point, which is predetermined, whether it is technology, whether it is some other tangible outcome, or any product, that is also pre-decided. So when you say everything is decided, what more we can do? But there are some legroom where we can play. And these major funding agencies under Government of India, you know, most of them are departments under certain ministry, like Department of Science and Technology or ANRF, which we are holding now. And there may be Department of Biotechnology. There are autonomous institutes under Ministry of Science and Technology like CSIR, or the ministry itself sometimes directly assigns you a project. Sometimes a project may come through on order of the Honorable Supreme Court also. But in those agencies, the terms of references may be slightly different from another funding agency who are non-government agencies. Sometimes we also contribute to industrial research. Like CSR is basically industrial research, which is market driven and market oriented. And there may be some PSUs who are mandated to develop their efficiency or productivity, and that's why they need some technical intervention, and they will assign as a project. The project agencies may go beyond our national sovereign boundary, and there may be multiple agencies like International Monetary Fund, or there can be a consortium of multiple nations. So here, when we assign a project and ask for it approval, we may be entangled with international law also. So sometime when it is between more than a country, within a country or outside a country, the sovereign laws will apply. So contract management under this project requires understanding of international law also. With such a framework, we start a project, and the life of the PI is very, very challenging. The challenge starts from day one, from ideation to completion. And handling a project is very critical and challenging because there may be many pain points. Few of them, it requires your administrative skill, how to handle, because there are multiple agencies involved. We are answerable and accountable to many people in many forms. The financial prudence requires that within a time frame we spend money for the desired objective. There may be a managerial acumen required because labor laws will come into play when we handle HR. It may be very draining for the project leader in terms of energy because everything is doing non-academic in nature by compensating his own academic or research capabilities and time. In addition to all this, there may be pressure of timeline, objectives which are quantified, which are quantifiable. There may be some legal issues, and documentation and compliances will follow with a series of signatures and paperwork. Normally, a project cycle will cover these things. Most of them, these activities on the right side are sequential, but sometimes there may be parallel also. So as I told that I try to categorize them into 4 parts. The first one is a stage where the ideation takes place. The project leader starts thinking about something innovative and novel and starts ideation of the project and writes a project proposal. I think Honorable Director Sir has morning session covered how to write a project which will be acceptable to agencies. Because my project writing need not be a knowledge point, but acceptable norms. There are few acceptable norms in industry and government where within that framework only the project proposal will be accepted. So it requires not only ideation but also documentation so that properly those project paper is written, and people who are evaluating are not the domain expert like the project leader. So the domain experts may be different. They may be at a different level of exposure. So it is important that we understand what the agency requires. Accordingly, the ideation is to be documented, and then it goes through a long process of approval. Now, I would like to inform that the project leaders may find approval and expenditure sanction are same thing. They look similar, but they are two different sets of activities. Approval is an administrative process where expenditure sanction is a financial decision. So the sanction and fund release also requires to go through and navigate those processes of administrative approval and then financial release. And for that, we have to follow certain procedure, opening a bank account. So you can correlate these four set of activities, which are stages, with these series of activities like opening a bank account and then project initiation. Then comes the real task to do, which requires a lot of maybe field work or testing, collection of data, acquisition, analysis, and finally coming with some output. And the last part is important because it requires a lot of course correction, monitoring, and closure procedure. So with these four set of phases, you can correlate with this lot of sequential activities on the right side. But the problem does not end there, rather it starts with certain constraints. The constraint normally is people who write a project may not be an expert in financial terms. See, the budget estimate sometimes goes wrong. So this is one of the pain points on which the other sequential activities may be delayed. So budget estimation, then acquiring the assets, because normally what happens whenever there is a government funded project, the asset or the equipment is already decided what to be purchased. So there is a little chance for any modification. And if the budget estimate goes wrong, now the project leader faces a new difficulty how to get additional funds. So budget estimation requires expert intervention. And then the asset acquisition process, which will come in the next slide. The operational constraint about installing and making it operational. You need specific manpower to run the equipment for testing or for sample collection within the timelines already set, and then how to optimize the cost. With cost optimization comes the timelines and milestones which are to be achieved with proper utilization certificate, SOEs, and closure report. With all such constraints, it is like we tell a swimmer that will tie your hands and legs, but you have to swim. He may not be able to swim, but he cannot be properly drowned also. With such constraint, the project leader starts facing implementation of these processes. The planning of acquisition is a huge task. I'm not trying to make the project leaders afraid of, but I'm trying to explain that how the implementation of project requires a lot of understanding and maturity in terms of management skill, because the planning and acquisition starts with assets. Project leaders may kindly note that normally we think that under the budget we can only buy. Acquisition is not only procurement. Acquisition is receiving an equipment by way of purchases, by way of transfer from another project or another source of income, another funding agency, or donation, or by sharing an equipment or existing facilities. So acquisition of assets lies larger than procurement. Procurement details Mr. Subham will explain. Manpower requires a short-term contract because the project allows only short-term contract engagement, and those are the service conditions. So while hiring manpower, we need to clarify what is the term of engagement, and accordingly service contracts will be defined. The terms of engagement with that person or a group of person should be clearly defined for what purpose we are hiring them and for how long, at what cost. Their disengagement should be clearly mentioned in the service record, otherwise the contract person may go to court. The labor norms varies from state to state because labor is a state subject. So if I am hiring a manpower in the state of Kerala, it will be entirely different from that of Madhya Pradesh. So understanding the local labor laws and practices and norms are very, very important. And if there is any possibility of increasing their pay and allowance or salaries, that is to be part of their service contract. In case we want to disengage somebody who is in a project, we should know how to do it. If it is not properly mentioned in the service contract, it may lead to legal dispute, and there is very little chance that we can treat that person as an employee and take disciplinary action. So that is also ruled out. Travel expenditure and approval has many stages for any travel, because every travel has also a point of safety under the service contractor as a person. So approval is to be on record, and then follows the expenditure, and sometime the individual may spend money and submit for reimbursement. For that, there should be a proper provision in the project, otherwise the money spent may not be claimed. If advances are drawn, there should be a proper provision to reconcile your book of account. In addition to assets, manpower, and travel, there may be some contingency expenses. Although the term contingency says unplanned and unforeseen, but actually contingency planning is required. In case on top three, either assets or manpower or travel, there is a shortfall, can we utilize contingency budget? That should be very clear in the project sanction. Otherwise, we cannot utilize contingency money, and that may remain unspent. So the expenditure, sanction, invoicing, and claim should be within the time and for the predetermined objectives only. So these are certain parameters which project leader should be aware. Once all these constraints are settled, then we move towards mobilization of resources. Detailing will be identifying the assets such as equipment, because earlier I told that there may be many processes, but now we have decided to buy. If we decide to buy, the procurement process will follow, and cost and features and functionalities are very crucial for finding a final estimation. If we have not done the overhead cost like AMCs, spares, accessories, or peripherals, then we may end up getting a shortfall of funds. So cost, features, and functionalities are to be properly understood while arriving an estimate for an equipment. Once the identification of need is settled, we can go what is the mode of procurement. For this mode of procurement, my next speaker will tell you what are the procedures defined in government rule book. And this is basically done based on ABC analysis. If it is a very routine nature of work or a small value item, C-class item, it will follow certain procedure. The project leader authorized to go in a direct purchase mode, or we have to go for tendering. The tendering also has multiple variations like a global tender or open tender, and those details will be discussed. The procurement process starts with an indenting, pre-bid meeting, followed by technical evaluation matrix, then recommendation. The reasonableness of price of the equipment is to be justified by the project leader, because it is the funding agency's money, and he or she is the custodian of that money, who is authorized to spend money in most financial optimized way, and followed by a supply order. Sometime after supply order, as we know, procurement and logistic is working a global supply chain network. Even if Suez Canal is closed, or even if there is a festival, or there may be a Ukraine war, your supply chain globally is impacted, and that has to be kept in mind while finalizing the purchase supply contract. Otherwise, if it is an import from other countries, there are certain terms called INCO terms, which are international commercial terms. How the equipment will come in what mode, because nowadays everything moves in multimodal mode. Sometime there will be a shipment which comes by sea, followed by air, followed by road, and maybe in between by train. And the insurance will vary. So this insurance on multimode transport will have different financial impact. So as a project leader, I may not be aware that so much cost will be there, overhead for transport and logistics. And once it comes, it may be lying in Mumbai dockyard for custom clearance. And for custom clearance, again you have to run to the department for a set of document. So there is a huge process which are back-end normally in nature. Project leader may not be aware, but these are the reasons for delay, or any indecision at any stage will cost you financially. So once the equipment arrives at your doorstep, please make sure that the site is ready, and the site preparedness is ready in every respect, whether it is safety, power supply, or installation and commissioning. Once installation and commissioning is over, the payment will be released, and if there is an inordinate delay because site is not ready, then again it will impact your payment process and ultimately delay in payment. in between, as I told you that there may be Ukraine war, there may be government policy, there may be budget presentation by government of India, and these things are to be kept in mind to change your extension delivery schedule accordingly, and that's why a periodic review is necessary. Once the equipment comes, project leader thinks that now life has become simple and testing and commissioning is over, so obviously I can test my sample and go for report. But things are not that easy, because now asset is in your custody. So as a custodian, the asset entry is to be done properly, but here I have used a word called provisional asset, because the asset does not belong to my institute, it belongs to the funding agency. So till the time the project is not closed, it will be treated as a provisional asset of the institute. That means for the safety and running of the equipment, operation of the equipment, I am responsible. If it is lost, I am responsible, but I am not the owner. So for this, a custodian is to be identified, who is a nodal person who takes care of the insurance, warranty obligations, repair and maintenance, and if there is a requirement beyond 1 year, there may be extended AMC. Upgradation, augmentation and calibration may be required to get desired output. Spares and accessories are required, and sometimes consumables to run the equipment. But all these things we have not planned. So now you have to derive additional source of funding, either from contingency or from any other source, to run the equipment. And once the project is over, now we have two options: either to transfer back to the agency because it is their equipment, or with their consent only we can add to our institutional asset. So till the time it is provisional, and in between, sometime a long term project may run for 5 years or so. In between, an equipment may be obsolete, the technology might have changed, spares may not be available, and it has to go back to your store for disposal. But please remember that once you dispose that, within the project time period, the money has to go back to the agency. So there will be a book transfer of the sale proceeding. If we sell it for X amount, that is to be again recorded in your utilization report, and the sale proceeding is owned by the sponsoring agency. In case there is an unfortunate thing like damage, theft or fire accident or anything pilferage, or during fill station sometime measuring apparatus may be lost, and for that again you have to follow the procedure of loss and reconciliation. So with this, I think you are threatened enough not to handle a project, but that is not the solution, because periodic review will be done by project leader, and with each compliances there may be some answer. There may be some statutory clearance. If I am collecting some sample which are environmentally hazard in nature, I need proper approval from the State Pollution Control Board. So is if I am sharing the data, I need compliance from the sponsored agency. Local authorities' permission may be required if I am conducting a field survey. Labor norms are dynamic, and every 6 months there will be a new notification, so we have to keep ourselves abreast of it. And contract terms may be dynamic in nature if the requirement changes. And of course, whenever the project is closed after 3 years also, we may get a tax notice. So taxes and laws are to be also complied. What could go wrong even if we have taken all these precautions? And for that we need some key control measures. Procurement delay may not be intentional, it may be due to external factors, because every procurement nowadays are categorized into ABC analysis, and B and C class items will go for tender. The moment we go for tendering, we are in public domain, and anybody across the world can question our requirement, our features, our functions, and also our procedure. So because of RTI, a complaint or CVO, there may be an inordinate delay. So that is to be factored in while doing the milestones. There may be delivery delays because of supply chain and logistic problem. As I told you that there may be some external rules, government policy change, there may be a civil war, bandh, or even a festival that will impact delivery time and schedule. The site preparedness should be well in advance, otherwise there may be delay in operation. Spares, accessories and consumable and tools, if they are not part of the supply order, the supplier will give you only the equipment. Without the support system, then the system may not be able to run. Sometimes we hire manpower in a hurry, thinking that people are trainable, but if the person doesn't possess the required skill set, that may delay your project. Legal clearances are prerequisite to finalize the report. All these delays may cause, or any delay or indecision may cost overrun. Administrative delay if I don't take decisions at appropriate time, and all these are to be documented properly, because that will lead to other legal complication. But for this, there may be key controls like this. There can be a detailed MIS, management information system, with regular updates. And with your team, you please delegate administrative approval and expenditure sanctions separately, so that the same person doesn't take decision administratively and also financially, because accountability is to be confirmed. Manpower selection, service terms, and contractual obligation, please take expert advice, people who are in HR. Compliances, please don't do yourself as a project leader, identify a nodal person, so that if there is anything to be undone, then project leader can override the decision of this compliance nodal person. Communication within your team and with external agencies should be regular and seamless, and there must be a system for independent review, follow-up, and course correction. So while closing the project, there can be three phases. First is technical closure, which takes care of your technology output in measurable terms, and then you share the document. You can go for IPR, you may go for filing patent, or there may be a product also. And once that part is closed, then only please come to financial closure. Otherwise, there may be some open ends available. So technical closure should be followed by financial, and finally the administrative closure, which whatever compliances or permissions you have taken from local agencies are to be terminated officially. If there is a manpower, that decision should be administratively closed. And if there is any legal agencies who are answerable, or if there is anything related to taxation, that should be closed in administrative manner. For that, details are available. Utilization certificate, of course, Mr. Subham will do it in detail. But these are treated as KD, or key documents, in financial audits. So funding agency requires to confirm that the funds are allocated are utilized for that purpose only by following the guidelines. There can be an instrument which are legal, as I told, that technology transfer, patent, trademark, revenue sharing, HR, and statutory clearance are done. And at the end, I would like to say that standard formats we will share for your ready reference. And this is the last line. I will quote uh, my leadership guide, Colin Powell, who says that organization does not really accomplish anything, neither plans nor theory of management, but ultimately it is people. And project is a people, and we manage people. So ultimately it is people management. Thank you very much. Any questions, please? I think it ran overhead. Thank you very much. Jane.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session. Now, moving forward, The next session will be delivered by Mr. Shubham Pure, who brings with him nearly 11 years of experience in the banking sector. He holds a master degree in commerce and bachelor's degree in management from University of Mumbai. Prior to joining IIT Indore, Mr. Pure served as the senior manager at Canara Bank, one of the largest public sector bank in the country. Currently, he is working as assistant registrar and office in charge of the research and development department of IIT Indore, and is also responsible for R&D purchase. In addition, he holds the charge of the material management section and central stores, and serves as the chief financial officer of the IIT ACE Foundation, the incubation center of IIT Indore. With his rich experience in finance, administration, and project management, this session promised to be extremely valuable for all the participants engaged in the sponsored research and institutional projects. I now request Ms. Debalina to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Shubham sir as a token of gratitude. I please invite Mr. Shubham Pure to begin his session.
मुझे फॉरवर्ड नहीं किया। कौन सा तुम्हारा मेल आईडी बताओ? IIT.Indore IIT.Indore
Hello. Yes, good evening, everyone present over here. My name is Shubham Pure. As Navpreet madam has already given a brief introduction about myself, I would not like to add more of it, as I think that is more than enough. Yeah, so today I'll be covering sponsored research project management. First of all, I would like to know who all are from the spoke sites. Ma'am, you're from? RTM Nagpur, both of you. You?
From DAVV.
DAVV. Okay. So, so you're into the research side? Like you're the faculty over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Fine. So my session for today would be covering a mix of project along with the administration side of the project, which will basically have how you have to manage the project once you are having it. So the session objectives today would be majorly covering as to what is a sponsored research project, what all are the responsibilities of a PI or a co-PI in the project. As sir had touched upon ABC analysis, this is something related to the procurement that I'll be covering. Few GFR based procurement awareness, as we are following GFR 2017 norms for our procurement. I'll be touching upon those. PFMS, which of late funding agencies are using this portal or this mechanism for releasing the funds, along with UCSOE compliance. So what is a sponsored research project? As people over here are aware about it, it is basically a research, sponsored research projects are research activities carried out by an institution or a researcher using funds provided by external sponsoring agency for a defined objective, budget and time period. Now basically sponsored research, as the definition suggests, it is basically project what is being assigned by the funding agencies for a well-defined objective, which faculty. We have our portfolio of consultancy. We have more than 500 plus consultancies which till date we have served for the industries, and yes, it forms a good portfolio from IIT Indore's perspective. We also have few MOUs with international agencies with whom we have global exchange program of students, faculties, wherein there is a exchange of ideas among the foreign universities as well. Now PI responsibilities. What basically, ma'am, you would be having a project. So what all you feel like you are responsible for while you are running the project?
For every responsibility, compliances, budget.
Okay.
Then completion of related spending documentation.
Okay.
Quotation, tendering, that everything I have to do. There is no only a sanctioning part our administration do. But most of the documentation means if there is a tendering document, I will have to prepare the tendering document, and it's every part related. You see their statement of expenditure, all these I have to prepare. So whatever, because university have their common code of conduct for every level of institution, so that different forms are there, different SOPs are there, that everything our side we will have to complete. Okay. Only I will have to submit it in one is the development. In our university, there is a development section through the nodal officer. Now for this ANRF project, there is a nodal officer. Otherwise, for my independent project, I will have to do that, complete that. Then I will have to submit that in development section. Then through the development section, it goes to registrar, then vice chancellor, and then finance officer, and then sanctioning is there. So whole this process for each documentation, it takes more than 2 months. So that is fit in our mind. When I start purchasing, whatever the page I have forwarded, after 2 months, it may be come to me. Okay, whether it is sanction or there is some compliances or all this. So if the compliances is there, within a 1 month, that paper come back to me and complete. Or sometime it is not there, so whatever JRF there, we will have to take the follow. जब 1 महीना हो गया कुछ नहीं आया, just see that what is the where it is. जस्ट कभी क्योंकि अभी परचेसिंग हमने किया ये ANRF प्रोजेक्ट का, तो फॉरवर्ड तो मैंने तो पूरा कोटेशन एंड ये देके किया है. मोर देन 1.5 मंथ हो गया, क्यों नहीं आया करके मैंने यहाँ आने के पहले ही स्टूडेंट को फॉलो अप करने के लिए भेजा था जो JRF है उनको. तो वो बोले कि नहीं VC के ऑफिस से तो ऐसे फॉलो अप भी कंटिन्यूस इन एवरी स्टेज. अगर नहीं आया, हमको पता है 1 महीने के अंदर कंप्लायंसेस आना चाहिए, नहीं आया तो फिर हम वो पूरी फाइल का इनवर्ट कहाँ एक ऑफिस से
tracking basically.
So that procedure is there, right. But it is my 13th project, so I am well prepared कि क्या करना है और how much time is required वो भी मुझे पता है, और अगर नहीं होता तो किसको जाके बोलना है, किसको धमकाना भी है, ये भी पता है.
I think मैडम ने मेरा सेशन पूरा एकदम ब्रीफ में बता दिया है. Nevertheless, these are few practical.
And your technical bid opening, financial bid opening, you have to take care of all the
right.
things.
सभी प्रोफेसर को करना पड़ता है, तो JRF की हेल्प से हम करवा लेते हैं.
Apart from our regular teaching, academics, research, we do those things for the sake of students only.
Actually, we'll have a discussion on this maybe later for the thing. I have some insights for that also. We'll discuss about it. So जैसे मैडम ने rightly she has explained all the steps what are being they have to take care about while they get a project, how to start a project, how to indent, how to work for the UC part, reporting and everything she has covered. Similarly, these are ideally these are responsibilities like compliance with the sanction, budget and expenditure planning, procurement oversight, reporting. I'll be covering all of these in the later slides. Yeah, it's there. As sir had touched upon the ABC analysis. Now, I will basically be covering into more onto the procurement part, GFR part. So this is one thing which is really helpful for you as a faculty, as a researcher, to ensure and to analyze as to how much time or how much efforts needs to be given and on what type of equipment you are procuring. And based on this, our procurement process also varies. Like for items which are, I'll be covering that in detail about this. So what is ABC analysis? ABC analysis basically is to classify procurement items into three categories, A, B and C, based on their annual consumption value. Now, how do you derive your annual consumption value? Annual consumption value can be basically into the unit cost into the actual quantity. Let's say if there is a recurring item of consumable which you are procuring on a monthly basis for X amount. So your annual consumption can be derived only once you multiply it by 12 to ensure that what is your total annual consumption of that value. So that is how you come to know or derive annual consumption value. ABC categories are categorized by in nature in a way that A category items are high value and high control items, and these are basically 10 to 20% of your total project cost, or rather if you go for your equipment costing, the major items what we'll cover is the A category items. High value, high control, because since this is an equipment which is involving too much of your costing, you need to have a proper control on that equipment. You need to focus morely onto the working, whether it is working fine or not. So your emphasis should be to ensure that these items are well in place. So you have to keep a control on these items. Okay, and so yes, 10 to 20% of the items are basically A category items, and the funding wise, the value what they cover is close to 70-80% of your entire procurement. Few examples I have given below, which are in context of research project. Your high-end scientific equipments, sophisticated lab instruments, servers, high performance computers, imported equipments which have long lead time. So these are all your A category or A class items. Here you have to go for the procurement side. Now if I tell, you will have to go for a tendering of these equipments. Rather, sometimes you have to go for a global tender also to get your equipments as per your specifications and desired technical requirements. Procurement approach, as these are high value items, the approach for the procurement is in comparison a bit stringent, bit critical. You have to have a very strict control, as I have already covered earlier. Detailed specification and justification is required. As madam was telling that while tendering, I have to give the detailed specifications, justifications, what are all are the requirements for this equipment. So yes, these all parts are required, and rather these are very important aspects. That is the reason you people are involved over there, because your research is closely and solely, or rather majorly dependent upon the equipments what you procure. So if during the procurement stage, if your technical inputs are not there, it will be very difficult later on. So this is the reason why we have a interaction with faculties while we are procuring these high value equipments. So detailed specifications and justifications are required. Depending upon the amount, depending upon the requirement, or depending upon the criticality, there are levels of approvals which needs to be taken to procure those. These are open, as I told, these are all tenders for the procurement of such items. You have to go for tender, maybe open tender, global tender as well. And yes, close monitoring of delivery and payment. Since our major research is relying on the delivery of the items, timely delivery, so we have to ensure that we need to keep a close watch on what is the lead time, whether the item is delivered on time, or whether due to some reason if there is a delay, what is the next step, what is the contingency what we are having. Now I would like to cover B category items, as A category items cover 10 to 20% of your like 10 to 20% of your items are A category. Slightly on the higher side are the items under B category. These are 20 to 30% of your items, which cover majorly 15 to 25% of the project, because already 60 to 70% has been covered in the equipment part. So the out of the remaining, these cover around 15 to 25. This may vary here and there, but this is an average what we have as per our experience we have come up with. Examples of research, examples which are of B category items under research are your mid-range lab equipment, measurement devices, specialized tools, licensed software. Now these are, if you relate this with your project, you will be able to understand that okay, equipment में मुझे एक मिला है सुपर कंप्यूटर और अ कंप्यूटिंग वर्कस्टेशन, जिसके लिए मुझे ग्रांट में एक ही मिला है, बट देर आर फ्यू आइटम्स विच आर लाइक इन अ ईयर you can buy one, something like that. So these are B category items that okay, you might be able to procure this maybe multiple times, but not even in like a C category item, but it's in a mid range basically. Procurement, like this licensed software. Now this software might have a life of 1 year. It will be a renewable item. So in that case, it might be considered under B category. However, that needs a renewal in the subsequent year. Procurement approach, periodic review is required. This might be covered under limited tender. Regarding tenders, different type of tenders I'll be covering in the later slides. Limited tender can be done for this. We need not go for an open tender for procuring this B class items. It can be done by bidding on GEM portal also. Standard approval levels, whatever are fixed in place, those needs to be followed for procurement of these items, and a reasonable documentation. Slightly less documents compared to your A category items. These are all your B category items, which which are moderate in value and moderate in control. Right. It can be of your equipment or whatever sanction, let's say out of recurring and non-recurring. Of the recurring, of the non-recurring part, it might cover 15 to 25%.
Okay, so limited tendering, because there is some limit, 10 lakh or 10
Right. Right. So that I'll be covering in the later slides. What all are the breakups of up to what level we have to procure through which portal, which channel. C category items, the count of these items are high in number, as I was mentioning about the annual consumption, the multiplication of units into 12. So the value what you get, let's say for your consumables, every month you need consumables under your lab for research related things. So these are consumables which are covered on a monthly basis, are all covered under C class items, your basic stationery item which you require. So these can be covered. A few examples I have already given below: chemicals and consumables, glassware, stationery, minor electrical items, small lab accessories. Now the approach for procurement for this is way simpler than what you followed for A and B. This is a quite simple process wherein the basic approach what you require is to go for a direct purchase, which I'll be covering later. For these items, we generally go for bulk procurement, or we have rate contracts also. Like in IIT Indore, we have rate contracts for all our chemical procurements. So like that, maybe in your institute also you might be having, or you can go for rate contract for the items which are required to procure on a regular basis. So that can be done by rate contract. Annual or quarterly ordering, routine handling, minimum effort. So these are like it is required monthly. So the process, once it is set, every time only you need to order and you can get those things. So these are some items which can be covered under C. So this is a broad division of A, B and C items, like how or what process which needs to be done for getting these items.
Is there any amount range as well for the A, B, C categories? Like if it belongs to like 10 lakhs or 15 lakhs?
Yeah, so that will be covered under your procurement. Like there are different amounts accordingly your procurement changes. Like up to 25 lakhs under LPC you can cover. Above 25 lakhs you have to go for tender. So these are the procurement like amount based procurement. So yes, I would like to cover a few of the core principles of GFR, which every as a C&AG also ensures that okay, you have to procure all your equipments, procure all your purchases. Basically, all your purchases and procurement should be done and followed by following this GFR 2017 norms. Rule number 144 says that fundamental principle of public buying says that the equipment or procurement, whatever you do, should be transparent and accountable. You have to be transparent while procuring. There shouldn't be any chances or there shouldn't be any cases where you are trying to buy something, because you never know. If you search in the market, you have ample of other opportunities or ample of other substitutes which are available to you in a lesser price also. So we should not rely on a single person or a single vendor, which there are chances by which we are not being transparent, and there are chances that this might be a question under audit. Value for buying, value for money, I already covered that. By having a proper competitive, like having a proper market research, you might be able to get the items in a very competitive price, so which will ensure your rule 144 of value for money buying. Fair competition, definitely while we go for tendering also, we ensure that we give fair competition, we provide equal opportunities to all the bidders who are participating in the tender. There shouldn't be any chances where we are favoring someone for which might be questionable on the later stages. No splitting of purchases. Institute or ministry has given a slab or like a slab, let's say about for 10 lakhs, up to 10 lakhs, you have to go for direct purchase. Example, I'm just telling you. So if rather 1 lakh of the direct purchase can be done, you can directly procure items under direct purchase up to 1 lakh. Now what happens, these are some practical problems what sometimes researchers or faculties do get into, that they have an item which is worth 2 lakh rupees. Now they want to ensure that due to limited time or I need to procure that. Now what should I do? So yes, they sometimes it happens that people go for splitting of the procurement or purchases in a way that it falls under direct purchase slab. But we should avoid these practices, because these are questionable, these are auditable, and under rule 173 GFR, it prohibits to purchase or split your purchases. So please ensure that you follow these core principles of GFR. Yeah. So these are procurement norms or procurement procurement as per GFR or institute guidelines. Up to 1 lakh.
Vary with state to state and institute to institute.
Yeah. So GFR guidelines remain same. GFR is a standard.
But
for state universities,
it should be accepted by the state university.
Right.
Because state university have made their own guidelines.
Madam, centrally funded and autonomous bodies which are under central, which come under central government, they follow GFR norms.
They follow GFR, but in case
it is mandatory for them to follow GFR norms.
Because in direct purchase, we have only 5,000 rupees.
Okay. Okay. Fine. So here we have some flexibility, and I would just like to add under ANRF spoke mod for spokes also, we have to follow GFR norms. So these are the limits which we have to follow. So for direct purchase of your direct purchase up to 1 lakh, you can procure directly. You need not go for tendering. You need not go for a local purchase committee and all those stuffs. You can directly indent, and then you can submit your bills, and based on that your procurement can be processed. Above 1 lakh up to 25 lakhs, these are solely for scientific research equipments. You can go up to 25 lakhs, you can go for local purchase committee, wherein you can constitute a local committee which is approved by your respective authorities, and you can have a market survey, and based on your survey, you can finalize the L1 out of 3 or 4 quotations you can take. Yeah. It can be, it is basically a procurement committee which is nominated by your it is already in place. So from that members only they can make a committee, like out of them you can nominate 3 or 4 persons. So
market survey, we will have to open quotation, ask the open quotation.
Yeah, you can get the quotations. You can get the quotations from the vendors based upon your technical specifications, and out of them whoever comes as L1, you can go for procurement from them. So that is LPC for scientific. For other than scientific, okay, about 25 lakhs, it is open tender for scientific research and equipment. Now here this A class items what I was referring to, you can go for your A class items from this model of about 25 lakhs by going for open tender. You can have open tender on GEM if you feel that okay the items have they don't have a local content and which needs to be imported. For that you can go for GT. You can go for CPPP portal also to procure it from international markets also. So that is PAC. I'll be covering that. Above 1 lakh up to 10 lakhs for LPC. Like here it is only for scientific research equipment up to 25. For no other than scientific research equipment, the limit is only up to 10 lakhs. Sometimes there is a confusion that whether this will be covered under direct LPC or not. But it is clearly mentioned under the ministry OM that only for scientific research equipment you can go up to 25 lakhs. For other than that, the limit is up to 10 lakhs only. From 1 lakh to 10 lakh, you can go for LPC. Above that, you can go for open tender. The same process what you are applying over here, up about 25 lakhs for scientific, has to be done for other than scientific, about 10 lakhs. Now, PAC items. As madam, you were telling about the monopoly items. For monopoly items, it is, we call it PAC, Proprietary Article Certificate. We can get this certificate from the OEM, the company who is manufacturing it, and who will certify that we are the sole manufacturers. No one apart from us manufactures this technical specifications, and we are the only people. So
we have the sole distributor also in India like this.
So then sometimes what happens, the OEM has some channel partners. Like in every country they have assigned one company as a channel partner. That in India he is the channel partner. So further that OEM gives an authorization letter or certificate to that vendor that okay he is a channel partner.
Should provide that.
Yes.
They are the sole distributor.
Yes, absolutely.
Of this company. So is it the letter of vendors or that?
So we need it is from supplier, the OEM, because OEM is the person who is authorizing him. Okay.
We require the OEM letter,
Right.
not the dealer letter.
So we require a letter where he says that he is the sole manufacturer, OEM, and in the same letter also he can say that in India region I authorize so and so person as the authorized channel partner who will be delivering the items or who will be doing sales on our behalf. So if such letter is there with you, you can consider it as a PAC. Despite that, we have seen some cases where there are PAC certificate issued by companies, but when we found, we could see that there are other vendors or other dealers also who are giving. So you have to be quite vigilant while you go for PAC, because these distributors can be many, but OEM itself says that okay we are the sole manufacturers, but sometimes it is not the case. So you have to be vigilant, because that can be a audit angle, because you are simply going on tendering or procurement only from one vendor on the basis of this PAC certificate. So you have to ensure the genuinity of that certificate.
No, but small specification may change, na?
Madam, PAC means PAC, no small, no big. If it is a PAC, he has to ensure that okay he is the only manufacturer. Otherwise, you can go for LPC. You have that option. Okay. Sir.
I think I'll try to clarify so that because madam has some genuine concerns. So please go back to that slide, because this is very important for you to understand that. That will make your life simple. First one, direct purchase is clear. I want to clarify, madam. Even if the state norm says X is your limit for this particular project, if you are the project leader, you can buy up to 1 lakh. This I am telling you on record so that you can know. For this particular project, only from this project funds, you can follow GFR, even if you are covered under state government or any other local rules. This is your authorization under this project. Number 2, in case there is anything, you need to go for local market. As you told that you need to go to local market and collect quotations. For that market survey, technically it does not mean you need to physically go to the market. You can go digitally also. And for that, you need a 3-member committee. You are authorized to constitute that committee. You don't need any other person to constitute the committee. although you constitute the committee, you can also be part of that committee. That much of flexibility is also available under this project. So you say that I am the convener or I am the member, and X and Y are part of the committee. So that makes your life more flexible by going through digital survey, maybe by mail or by any other mode, or through online checking, and make sure that the rate is reasonable and place order. So the direct purchase and local purchase committee matters are settled. Then comes for proprietary item. Proprietorship is not single manufacturer alone. Proprietorship is ownership of the company on production and technology of that particular product. I may be a manufacturing agency of 10 items, only one of them may be proprietary in nature. So the certificate can come only from OEM, original equipment manufacturer, not by agency, not by territorial ownership, not by India Pacific region ownership, nothing. Only the OEM will say that we are the sole manufacturer and we own the ownership with us, which is vested to us by so and so. So and so means if they are in US, then the federal company of government of US has authorized, or say in Germany or government of India, whatever. Number two, they can also say that we have n number of distributors in India, but we authorize one of them. If they don't say, then you have to make and encourage competition among all suppliers or distributors in India and get the best one. Either the company quotes themselves or they authorize X, Y, Z as their authorized channel partner or distributor. If the number is more than one, you have to encourage competition. So that will handle your PSC. And the third one is open tender. For that, as on date, technically speaking, all open tenders are global tender because we are working in a digital form. So anybody across the world can quote technically. And if you have any restricted sources of supply, then you can go back to that and decide the limits and buy. So first is, although you work in Nagpur University, for this project, you can operate the principles of GFR 2017, which is approved by the Parliament and applicable to not only government department, but also specifically to autonomous bodies like IIT. So the project gives you the authorization to buy as per GFR 2017. I hope it's satisfied.
Yeah, it's very clear, sir. Thank you. And one more is if the instrument is manufacturing level, we give the idea, but we want to take the help. Customization. So under that case, what type of quotation or what type of purchasing formality you are expecting for?
Customization is not purchase. Customization is make to order.
Make to order. Yeah.
Because you can select one party or you can select many to assemble.
Okay.
So if it is one party, that party may collect various sources of supply and assemble and give. Is that the case?
Yeah, because for this project, ANRF project, I am doing this instrument for my project.
So you have to go for open tender, ma'am.
Huh?
You have to go for open tender.
Open tender, yeah, I given the 3 quotations. I have already sent the 3 quotations. Still, you have not sent the order. Due to that, I am asking, is there is any ambiguity or all this?
I want to understand what is the mode of collecting those 3 quotations. Through tender?
Just you ask to collect, so we are open, send the letters, and they have sent us the email for the quotation.
No, send
We
letters to known.
Those who are able to customize this. Okay.
No, that is called, madam, limited tender because they are known sources of supply, because they are known to you. There may be others who are not known.
It's open. We have just gave that such a type of customization we want.
No, open means you put it on your website?
Yeah. We in our RTMN website we launched that.
Then it is open.
And then we have received the 3-4 quotation.
And you
we have
shortlisted.
sent to your office. And
that's
it is
fine.
not that order is not placed. Due to that, I am asking: there is any administrative
that may be the reason,
ambiguity?
but they will ascertain what exactly is the case.
Okay.
But
we can speak on this.
Is it there administrative? Is it there any ambiguity that such a type of customization is not possible under this project, or what is this?
No, it is not so. It may not be administrative, but they will find out what exactly is the reason.
Okay.
But what I understand is if it is for a assembly and supply of only one particular item. Is that required?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the project it is required.
And the same source of supply will not be used for other equipment. It is only for one.
Yeah, it's only for one.
Then it's fine. Then you can always buy. It is not that normally what happens, customization we select one or a panel.
Okay.
And then we say that they will do something else also.
Okay.
The next source of supply also they will do. That is not allowed. But you can, if you have shortlisted through open, then you can give them order. Customization order you can give. Not an issue.
So,
Thank you.
What is the
Please
delay?
carry
We should have to find out where is the delay in that.
Moving forward, I would like to come on the PFMS part. So, as you are aware, these days ministries have stopped, transferring the funds directly into the bank accounts for the institute. There are many reasons for that, as it is a ministry has a objection that not just for institutes, for any other organizations across the nation, they have stopped giving funds directly into their account, because ministry wants that there shouldn't be any float money. Now, what is float money? Float money is something that as per ministry they have released, but there is no output due to some or the other reason. Money is on hold. Money has been somewhere held up. So that is not being utilized optimally for something where they could have done. So to ensure that these things are stopped, they have started the concept of digital transfer of money. It is just like in our regular terms, I would say it is a Paytm wallet, as simple as that. It is a wallet money what is being given to institutes that in the form of limits. These are limits which are assigned to institutes based on the sanction, based on the release, and the limits are there, and from that you have to continue your procurements. So PFMS is a Government of India digital platform which is used to release, track and monitor public funds in real time. It is managed by Controller General of India Accounts, Ministry of Finance, CGA. Why PFMS is used? To ensure there is transparency in fund flow. As I was talking about this, there shouldn't be a free float. The money is transparent enough, everyone can look into, even ministry people have a complete knack on what exactly where the fund is, whether it is utilized or not. So that can be seen from the portal. It has real-time tracking of expenditure, just-in-time release of fund, prevention of idle parking of government money, direct monitoring by funding agencies. Of late, majorly DST, SERB, ANRF, all major funding agencies have moved on to PFMS portal for management of fund. So few types of accounts what we need to maintain under PFMS. You would be hearing from your finance team or administration that okay, we have received, like you would be receiving a project and wherein it is mentioned that you have to open a TSA account or TSA hybrid account. So what does it mean? So TSA is Treasury Single Account. It basically means that you directly need to open that account in the RBI. You have your limit set under RBI portal, that is under PFMS, wherein any money or any expenditure which is expended by you, once your team uploads it onto the portal, it automatically gets debited. It gets once you approve it, the money is automatically transferred from that portal to vendor's account. Like you need to register the vendors on as a beneficiary, and those needs to be updated while you make a transaction over there. You need to enter the beneficiary details. Automatically the money will be transferred to their account. It doesn't move through a bank. Previously what used to happen in our traditional form, like once the bill used to come to the finance team, they used to process it, they used to draw a check. That check used to go to the bank, then bank used to verify it, and then bank used to make the payment. So this procedure had some delays, there were some technical delays, some human delays, which delayed the entire payment cycle. Ultimately, vendor is not receiving money on time. Next time once you give the order to him, he might think of that, okay, I am getting my credits at least a month and a half, 2 months later. So I should ensure that my money what is being kept with them or which is not being rolled, I need to have that interest component of that, because I am taking funds on loan. I am using money from loan from banks to do this my entire business. Here I'm paying interest. There I'm not getting money. So what should I do? I'll add up some interest component, which is a additional margin what is being added in your price. Ultimately, who's getting I mean, no one is getting benefited out of it. It is just that the delay is causing the increment in price. So all these, there were many complaints which went to ministry. There were few sittings by the ministry, and then they came up with this PFMS portal, and then this TSA thing, that immediately the moment you put the money or put the expenditure on the portal, once the authorities approve it, automatically the money will be transferred. And it is just in time. In the previous slide somewhere I had mentioned just in time. The moment it is approved, your money gets transferred to the beneficiary. So that quick the processing is, and it is most common now. Now there is one thing, TSA hybrid. Few agencies are using this TSA hybrid account. Here what happens? Partial release of money happens. There is a limit, there is a sanction of a project. Out of that, first tranche is released. Now that tranche releasing happens through a bank. Like your ministry has a bank. If you're for Ministry of Education, let's say Canara Bank is a nodal bank. So any sanction or any limit what is being assigned, it will be through Canara Bank. So some limit or some first tranche will be allotted to bank. The moment you put that expenditure on the PFMS portal, once your authorities approve it, it will go to bank digitally, not the physical movement. Slightly delayed than TSA, but maybe within a day or two. The TAT is around 48 hours, 24 to 48 hours. The payment gets credited to the beneficiary. CNA, Central Nodal Agency. Here what happens? Entire limit. This is also on PFMS only, but here the entire limit is assigned to bank. You have to do TSA hybrid and CNA are more or less similar. Same process. You need to upload the payment. It goes through bank, and then the bank settles the payment. So these are three types. Of late, major funding agencies have come on to TSA, Treasury Single Account. Our ANRF project is under TSA only. So only thing what we need to, just for your information as I spoke, the moment you, once your staff or once your administration people will enter the amount on the portal of PFMS, they need to only intimate our ANRF people in Delhi, just on mail, that okay, we have made this transaction with so and so details, because it has an additional layer. Since this is a bigger project, they have kept an additional layer that final approval will be done from their side. So the moment it is transferred, approved from here, it goes in their bucket. They simply need to approve. They will approve on the basis of that email. Which one? So yeah, TSA hybrid, it is a zero balance current account, ZBCA. Yeah. CNA also is a current account only, because at the end of the day, the limit becomes zero. Since I was handling these accounts from the bank side also, so I know all these things. Yeah, so this is a fund flow in how basically under a sponsored research project, how you receive money and how the functioning happens. So this is a sponsoring agency, maybe a ministry maybe a ministry. You might receive some funds from industries or international donor. It basically, you will receive a sanction or release order first of all. Based on that release order, a limit is set on PFMS. From PFMS, you can directly enter your expenditure, and through that the money can be transferred to so and so person. A small brief like how the flow is. Okay. So this is and then subsequently, once you transfer, once your expenditures are done, you have to ensure that you submit all your UC and SOE also on time to ensure you get your second tranche onto the PFMS portal. Some do's and some do's for bill submission. I'll have some don'ts also. So these are some do's, like what helps or what eases the process of payment at the finance side. Sometimes what happens, you have submitted the bill, you feel that okay, why it is getting delayed, but there are few reasons due to which they are unable to process. So these are a few general do's which are required, or which if you take care, your bill processing can be smooth. Submit the bills within the project duration. This is one audit objection which generally is raised by the funding agencies also. Sometimes some funding agencies ask for even contingency bills, that once your project is over, you need to submit all your bills in set to us. Then only your final closure is done. they will verify. If they see that any of the bill is before or after the project closure date, and if that is being utilized from your project money, they will simply object it and they will push it back. So this is something what you need to take care. You need to submit your bills within the project duration. Ensure that expenditures are strictly as per sanction order. Few items which help finance people to mention your project title, project code and PI name on every bill, so that proper entries of your expenditure can be done in your Google Sheets or whatever way they are maintaining your ledgers. Submit bills promptly. Do not wait till year end. We see that the flow in the last quarter of every year, it multiplies like anything. Let's say if 10 bills are coming in a month, in the last quarter we get more than 100 or 150, 200 bills, 10 times, 20 times. So why is this happening? I don't think all the procurements are happening in the last month, but why the bills are coming in the last month? So this is something what you need to think on. We understand there are many things which are parallelly going on, but to ensure that our vendors are also happy, we need to have that ecosystem that okay, next time also we should get things on time. So we have to ensure that all your bill submissions are on time. Ma'am, these are general terms. Please don't refer to this.
No. If the fund sanction we get early year, starting of the.
So whatever expenditure so far you have done, you can start pushing in. That is what I'm trying to tell. And you can plan your expenditures accordingly. The expenditures which are high value in nature, which might require some time for getting processing the payment, you can plan it in a way that okay, by the end of January or by the end of February you can do it. Just for information, for any PFMS related PFMS portal पे जितने payments है, we have to ensure that we have to close by 10th of March, because after that PFMS works very slow. Yes, by end of 10th March, the bill processing time will increase, because PFMS will be like घूम ही रहा है, गोल. Because majorly it has a lot of pressure on the portal also, because many payments are happening. All the institutes are trying to utilize their funds, process their payment. So there are chances that your payments might be delayed, and if by the end of the month if it is not done, the limits will be removed. It will not be reassigned. Once the limit is withdrawn, only fresh year limits. Madam, it should be processed on PFMS. So you have.
Already we have spent. That is not get.
So spent, and it should be updated on PFMS only, no? Then only the payment will happen. So you have to submit your bills on time to the people who are dealing with the billing, so that they are able to process it. If you submitted them on, let's say, 25th of March, assuming that okay, there are 5 days, but if the portal is not running, what will they do? The payment won't be processed. So that is the thing I'm telling you.
Payment will not be processed, then it is whatever the deposit that is get.
Yes, the limit will become zero, madam. Limit is going to become zero at the end of 31st March. If you just log.
Submitted but not processed.
Absolutely, madam. Whatever money you are able to utilize up to March, that will only be reduced from.
It is up to March, no? But we get little bit. You are saying that it is on 10th March you will have to submit. But get little bit delay and we submit it in around 20 March. And if it not processed, so that spending, because already we have spent it, now only the payment is to be released.
Please see the conventional billing system. Conventional billing system is, when I was in my preliminary years of government service, on 27th March, people will go to market and buy cupboards, furnitures, and they will submit the bill on 31st to account section. So that account section will have a provisioning. Provisioning means on 31st March of any financial year, which is the last working day, whatever bills in bunch has come to account, they will make a list, and they will put a total of say 10 crore. So till the time all these 10 crore worth bills are spent by making checks or DD, that was called provisioning. They may take one more month, sometime more than 2 months, because that time the fund sanction of the next year will come in the month of June. So they get 2.5 months to process all the bills, to check, verify that bill is in order, tax are paid, all that, and they will make checks on 31st date. But actually the bill is signed on 10th of April, but the dated is 31st March. That was the conventional system in every government office. After introduction of PFMS, it is not the expenditure happened or submission of bills, but the transaction made that matters. So the loop is completed only with the transaction. Transaction made online. There is no check. I cannot sign anything on back date. So even if I as a project leader submit the bill, it is only initiating the billing. It is not completed. So the person in accounts or R&D or whatever office has to upload after scrutiny, the bill is in order. Then they will upload. That is the maker. Then there will be another person who is checker. And finally there will be somebody who is approver. The approver may be the registrar. Approver may be somebody else. Once that person logs in with his digital certificate and makes payment, means virtually removed that amount from PFMS and made to the vendor, the transaction is not complete. And this is a current account which on 31st of March will make all transactions zero. And 1st of April it is closed. On 2nd of April again the 001 will start. So even if you submit the bill, you have really spent the money, but payment is not made to vendor. So it will be called previous year expenditure. And this bill will be counted in the next year.
So that
So it eats away your fund of the next year.
Okay. So I will not get the next year. It is get compensated with my next year fund, but this year fund is going where?
Lapsed.
It is
It
real
is
time
not expended.
expenditure.
Right.
Not spending.
So it is real time expenditure. Just in time. So it is not about submitting the bill, but making sure that your account person sits on 31st day, March till midnight and clears it. But even if he sits 31st March midnight, like we sit, but the system doesn't work. Because like me, everybody in 300 organizations are sitting. Everybody is logging to the same system. The system limitation says the transaction is not complete. Sometime it so happens on 26th or 27th, whatever we make payment, next day the money is reverted, telling that transaction is failed. So that's why he is telling 10th of March.
Beneficiary won't get
Yes.
So we have to keep some cushion.
Previously it would have been through the check system.
That is called provisioning. Now there is no provision in it.
1st of March we used to put in
That is
3
over
months
now.
period we used to.
Yes, yes.
So some do's: mention project title, submit bills promptly. In the bills, you should always submit original bills which are legible, itemized. Bills must be in the name of project PI, institute or university. Ensure that the date of bill falls within the project period. Attach vendor invoice or payment proof. Ensure the bills are GST compliant. Yeah, I'll share. Some for regarding this GFR procurement rules, we have to ensure that for LPC we need to have 3 quotations. So all these quotations needs to be attached. Comparative statements, approval note, sanction. For PAC, whatever the applicable rules are there, PAC certificate, those needs to be attached. And we have to ensure that at the max, wherever possible, we have to go for procurement only through GEM. Okay. Some don'ts: do not submit photocopies or scanned bills. No overwriting, cutting, manual correction. Do not submit illegible or faded invoices. Do not submit post-dated or advance-dated bills. For financial compliance, do not purchase items which are not approved in the sanction. Do not split the bills to bypass the GFR limits. Do not exceed headwise sanction limits. For processing and timing, do not submit bills which are bills after the project closure. Do not delay bill submission till March year end. Do not bypass institutional approval channels. Do not assume funds will be adjusted later under PFMS. This is the crux. Yeah. UCSOE, just this is the last slide. So while you get a project, you have to ensure that there are reportings, utilization certificates, statement of expenditure, which needs to be submitted to funding agency to ensure that they verify it, they evaluate. If there are any fallback, they can get back to you. If not, based on the expenditure what you have done, the further tranches of limits shall be assigned. So UCSOE forms a very important part in your project, because along with the research, this also needs to be done timely for getting your grants on a timely basis. It should be certifies utilization of funds released. It should be submitted annually or as per the agency funding agency's requirement or schedule. It is mandatory for release of next installment. It should be signed by PI, competent financial authorities, and generally the format what is being used for submission of UC and SOE is available under GFR. It is GFR 12A. So if there is no specific format, we can use the GFR 12A format. SOE, what is SOE? It is basically a detailed headwise expenditure statement. It must tally with our institutional accounts supported by vouchers and records, and it is subject to audit and agency verification. Any SOE, UC SOE, which is sent by you to the agency, it is subject to audit observations also. So whatever you submit, you have to ensure that it is backed by proper vouchers and records. Technical report, submission of final technical report, refund unspent balance if required, obtain project closure certificate, plan early, comply fully and document everything. And after all, and finally, you have to be in a close coordination with your R&D or finance team to ensure your entire project runs quite smoothly. Thank you very much. I would like to close my session by this slide. Thank you. Thank you. 10th March.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session.
सर ब्रेक है अभी टी ब्रेक कंट्रोल कर दो इसको कॉलर माइक का यूज करेंगे हाँ कॉलर माइक का यूज करेंगे ठीक है लैपटॉप दे दो नहीं इसमें कर दे मुझे लगा यहाँ क्या है तुमको यहाँ पे शेयर भी करना है
Acharya.
Smita Acharya.
Dr. Guna Belgamba, Professor in Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, same university, Pharmacy.
Dr. Kirti Pawar from Devendra University. I'm associated with School of Electronics.
School of Electronics. From where? DAVV. Okay, great to see. What about you?
I'm a staff, sir. Senior project associate.
Senior project associate. Surname? Anyway, he's going to listen my lecture, so I need to know his name.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Permanent Patel, sir.
Permanent Patel. Great. Fantastic. So, you're all set?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm professor in mechanical engineering since last 12, 13 years. And my specialization is thermal engineering. Okay, let's not go more into that.
Sir,
Today's topic.
sir, बस slide share कर दें और introduction.
कर दीजिए.
Sir, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, please go ahead. No problem.
I would like to introduce Professor Deshmukh. He's working as a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Indore. Sir has earned his PhD in Mechanical Engineering from IISc Bangalore in 2012, where his doctoral research focused on biofuel spray characterization at high pressure. He has previously worked as a research engineer at GMTCI Bangalore and TVS Motor Company. His current research interests include biofuels, spray and combustion diagnostics, and modeling of IC engine processes. His academic credential includes a PhD in Mechanical Engineering from IISc Bangalore and BE in Mechanical Engineering from Nagpur University. We are confident that this session will offer valuable perspectives on system thinking and his relevance to the engineering and research. I would like to invite Ms. Debalina to please present a bouquet to Sir as a token of appreciation.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sir, please begin the session.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. I think then I will cut short my intro part on this. Let's come directly on the topic, systems thinking. Probably we'll see that like what is this topic and why you should be thinking about it. Before that, let's take one small example. At the start of the COVID, suddenly all colleges and schools were stopped, and we invented new mode of teaching, online teaching, right? How many of you thought that this is the best way of teaching a student? Comfortably, I sit at my home, students are at far distance, not make any noise, and we will deliver the content, and student at their convenience can sit at appropriate, most convenient place and study. Did you think like that? No. Very good. And why did you not? Why? What is that which felt wrong that time?
Basically, dialogue was missing.
Dialogue was missing.
Monologue ho gaya tha. It was going one way only. There is very few moments where we can restrict them to respond or something like that.
Fantastic. That's the teacher's point of view, where the dialogue was missing. Okay, it was becoming a monologue. Let's put yourself in the shoes of a student.
Sir, I am a student during we got admitted during the COVID.
Yeah.
It was very difficult. Technical subjects became theoretical automatically. We were not able to visit the labs.
Yeah.
We are not able to do the experiments. So it became theoretical and monotonic. नींद आ जाता था sessions में.
That was not a good idea. That was not a good idea. What about your experience as a student?
If we are in our comfort zone, so it became as lazy too.
Lazy too. Okay.
It was okay, sir. Suppose good sessions they are going on from far end or international sessions, if they are there, we could not reach over there.
You think that's a very good idea. Somebody from US is delivering a lecture, you know, and eventually the right word he used, we became lazy. Okay, and today, which otherwise would have been 100% in present talk, became online. This thing. let me put the experience of my student, because that time I was a dean of academics, and I had gone through the entire pain of getting the students on road. None of the student was ready to come to the classroom. Was it the fear, or was it that like this is a comfortable life? Everybody felt that was a comfortable thing, but including the faculties also, to a certain extent, seeing that I will record the lecture and put it up and then go ahead. What was missing? Precisely the point, dialogue was missing. Although everybody felt, and if I am not wrong, if that was not the situation, BYJU'S would not have become such a big cap in industry. Thinking everybody put the money in that, like this is the future of teaching and learning. Okay, what we did not see through is this is not the way of transferring the knowledge. Okay, it happens with us. We see whenever the new change comes or something happens, we feel that this is one better, and only after the side effects come, then we say, oh, I missed the point. What is that which is missing here? What is wrong? Now, on a broader perspective, every time we do something, I will not say 100%, but most of the times we do something, some corrective action, and at the end of the day, that is not what I was expecting. I was expecting that like when I am delivering a lecture in the online mode, because it is at the comfort of the teacher and then the student, both are benefited, and that should be the perfect way of delivering the lecture. That does not happen. Take the other part. You are here. I am having a eye-to-eye contact with each one of you. You just can't miss that, like, ये एक छोटी window बना दो और बाजू में कर दो. Okay. Even the comfort of I want to attend the lecture from yours, even that may be so important. I always go and check बाजू वाला छोटा सा window करके. और मैं कर क्या रहा हूँ? Probably I am doing Google. I am checking the mail. I am checking something, right? That does not work out like that. What is that which goes wrong? And this problem is everywhere. Okay, this problem is everywhere. Just to give me another example, this online example तो मैंने यही पे बताया आपको. The example which I wanted to put you in front of you is this. In front of your house, in front of your building, in front of your institute, road छोटा है, traffic हो रहा है daily. Your politicians promise you next time मैं जब चुन के आऊँगा, I will give you a broader road. And like you are on the hope, one fine day he decides to have the broad road. When the road is happening, you are like, your patience is like put at the limit, but you still hope that like things will be better. Then when the road opens up, traffic will be subsiding. Does that happen on that day? Does after the road has been built, how many times have you seen the road on the Hingna road, the traffic got drowned, or in front of your university? कभी ट्रैफिक कम हुआ क्या? बड़ा हुआ और ट्रैफिक बड़ा और बड़ा हुआ और ट्रैफिक बड़ा. Since I know both the places, or even for that Gandhi Square, right? Why does that happen? ऐसा क्यों होता है? हमने तो रोड बड़ा किया था, ट्रैफिक कम हो जाना चाहिए था. What is that which engineers are missing, or what is that like as a overall? Where are we going wrong on that part? Is there something better way of looking at the problem? Is the concept behind the system thinking. Whenever we look at the problem, most of the time, are we looking at the problem in a short? Okay, and this happens everywhere. So today I am not going to talk in the term of engineering research problem. You can definitely put up this in the engineering research perspective. I am going to give you a very broad perspective, and that broad perspective you can put it in your engineering research portion. Okay. So typically, whenever a problem comes in front of you, we try to solve a problem in an isolated way. You have a bicycle, मेरा साइकिल ठीक से चल नहीं रही है, I blame it to pedal को blame कर दो, wheel को blame कर दो, इसको blame कर दो. It is not always the case. When you are looking at any problem, it is the complete system that I have to look and not look at the isolated problem. And always, whenever we are looking at these things, it is sum of the part. but it is not exactly equal to sum of the part. It is greater than sum of the part. Your system is bigger, has a bigger role to play than you sum up all your part. Otherwise, all these portions are just a heap of components which are put up there. They cannot take you from one place to another place unless and until they are assembled, connected, and they are doing their job properly, not only their own job, but they are connected to the other parts in a proper way. And that interconnectedness is what makes a system. Otherwise, each one of them, you put them in the appropriate event sequence, they are not connected, they will not work. They will not do. And this is valid for all the problems that I talked. Take your problem of a students. Okay. Again, the definition comes here. Perfect parts do not make a perfect system as a whole. It is valid. All these parts are perfect at its own place. पर इसका diameter बड़ा है इसके diameter से. This is not going to work. All the parts are there. कोई गलत नहीं बोल सकता. Unless and until they talk to each other and connected appropriately, that is the case. And that is why unified whole is different from its sum of its parts. And this you will apply at every part, including our classroom. In the classroom, what does a classroom made up of? Pardon? Students, teacher, interactive board or blackboard or green board, furniture, correct? This is what makes the classroom. Does the outside environment affect the classroom? Sometimes? And what is that sometimes?
Very noisy.
Outside, if the noise is there, it does make, okay?
Yeah, it's very dirty atmosphere outside.
Yeah.
That also affects.
Does that have a significant effect?
Like a loud music is playing outside the class, it can create some kind of chaos in the class.
Correct?
Yeah, very chill.
Morning, you did not get breakfast. Does that make a problem?
Yeah. And lunchtime, if you extend the class.
Lunch बहुत ही गंदा था. Will that affect the class?
Yes.
It will affect the class.
And if the lunch is too good, it's going to affect the class.
Lunch is too good, it is going to affect the class. Okay. Body is going to sit here. Does that affect the class?
Yes.
Means there are multiple factors. Your definition of the classroom does not end here. Professor Deshmukh did not get salary for last 6 months.
Yeah, that is also
problem is there. He has been burdened with lot of administrative responsibility. He is not able to come to the classroom.
now we are going through such a
And does that affect the teaching?
Yes.
Yes, it affects the classroom teaching. So even if I take part by part, the whole system is much bigger than that. The whole system, whatever it's performing, is far, far bigger than that. If the things are working, somebody is taking that extra load. Okay. So even in this cycle system, back tire is punctured. If the system is still working, it means the driver is putting up extra efforts for that. And one day that is also going to break. So we have to understand under these circumstances the entire system as a whole. We cannot isolatedly solve the problem. This is perfect isolation is, you remember this thing, right? है ना? I look at the system. Classroom is student, not God. Hostel में Wi-Fi जबरदस्त तरीके से आ रहा है. He is not going to come and sit in the classroom. In your hostel, you have shut down the Wi-Fi and you to ensure that attendance is good in your classroom. They all come to the classroom. Work on this mobile phone. You did that to ensure the attendance of the student is good. It went in other way around. You are not able to teach to the students because now most of the students are sitting at the back. Those who were attending, they are also getting disturbed by that. What is happening here is you are looking at the system is looking at the trunk, somebody is looking at the tusk, somebody is looking at the leg, somebody is looking at the belly, and everybody feels this elephant is it this part. And then he tries to say, oh, if this is the problem, this is elephant, he's not well, or he's lost, or that part we have never been able to look at this particular portion. But again, this is only part by part. They are all connected. They are all connected. The tusk is not just alone. The leg is just not alone. They are all connected, a part of a bigger picture. How do we some solution we try to give? Like we decided that online classes are getting extremely good. Let's record all the lectures, whoever is delivering, and put it in the repository. And we expect that entire India, full population is educated in engineering or in medical or in pharmaceutical or whatever. So, okay. And we put it at that particular place. But typically we don't realize what has happened. What is the consequences of these things? They go tangent. The thing has done is you record all the lectures, good lectures, and put it on. How many lectures in your particular subject have you seen in the NPTEL? In the particular subject. Let's say, madam, you are teaching physics, right? In physics, you take one subject, and on that subject, okay, I will give my own example. I teach thermodynamics, and in the thermodynamics, at least there are 6 different faculties, the best of the best faculties, we have put up the lectures there. So I expect that like every mechanical engineer who is graduating from India or for the entire world is good in thermodynamics.
Every students have their different ability to understand. Therefore,
to understand, this lecture is available 24 hours.
But you have delivered.
But from means you cannot access, like in classroom teaching, the good thing that after having certain experience, we can understand that the recipients are understanding the things or not. That facility is not there.
And by seeing the expression of student, we change in a direct interaction, we change our style of teaching. I change. But here, even though the 6 thermodynamics lecture are there with well-known 6 experts, but the student, what the student understand, they can't analyze this. And every student's understanding level, capturing level, interpretation.
But the material that has to be delivered is same. It has to be taught. Correct? This has to be taught. They must understand it. Put yourself in the student's view. Why is he not listening to what is available? Google provides you all information in this world. Right? सब कुछ है, फिर भी क्यों नहीं हो रहा है?
Easy availability is also one of the issue. I think.
Easy availability is also one of the issue. Okay? ठीक है, प्रोफेसर मेरे पॉकेट में है, राइट? करेक्ट? पूरा का पूरा डाउनलोड करके रख दिया है मैंने, मैं पढ़ लूंगा, एग्जाम जिस दिन आएगी मैं उस दिन देख लूंगा. And exam comes, transferred. Okay? What I feel by this particular scenario I'm trying to tell you, like you must have got, right? There is a fire in this building and some person has jumping from that. हमने नीचे नेट लगाया, यहाँ से उछल के वो दूसरे बिल्डिंग में पहुंच गया. Means I thought of solving a problem. समझ नहीं रहा था, right? Okay. You should see more cartoons. Okay. So I thought I solved the problem. That is what I was trying to tell you. I thought I solved the problem of delivering the best of the best lectures to this generation to come. But it generated another problem that student said, Professor Deshmukh वैसे भी बोर मारते हैं, मेरे पास वो lecture है, वो attend करूँगा मैं. Now we have to see what exactly has gone wrong in this entire part. थोड़ा सा zoom out करते हैं, थोड़ा flashback में जाते हैं. When you studied, what was the system of knowledge transfer? How did you study?
Knowledge, वैसे तो मेरा experience पूछे तो college day में हम भी बहुत concentrate, even though I attend 100%, but not much focused, but it will give just a trigger for study.
Correct. And why did that trigger come?
But interaction or curiosity.
By interaction, by curiosity.
Yeah, curiosity.
And
we
actually
will-
resources were limited, so we wanted to make
yeah.
full use of the
Full use
resources.
of
If a
that.
teacher has given
So it was a
input,
focus. We have to qualify the GATE examination. Just for that, everything has to be studied. in
चलो
a
थोड़ा
very-
सा और जूम आउट करते हैं। ये पर्टिकुलर क्लासरूम है। इस पर्टिकुलर क्लासरूम में मैं इंटरेक्शन करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। मैं किन लोगों से इंटरेक्शन कर रहा हूँ? आई एम आस्किंग द क्वेश्चन टू एवरीबॉडी, राइट? हु इज गिविंग आंसर? Who is giving answer? Those who are present here, those who are physically. The environment that I create for the delivery of this lecture, for the delivery, is different, completely different. Okay? When you were attending the classes, that time you knew, अगर आज मैंने प्रोफेसर देशमुख को नहीं पकड़ा क्लासरूम में, वहाँ पे जाके नहीं बैठे, तो जो भी बताने वाले, जो नोट्स में से वो क्वेश्चंस देने वाले हैं, वो भी नहीं मेरे पास आएगा. So you were attending, you were forced. When you are forced, you have detached from all things. You are sitting here, forcefully you are listening some of the words from me, and those words, at least they were resonating. Went back, someday exams are about to come, you went into the book, you read it. But today, all lectures are in my pocket. I can do it at any point. And any point I open up my mobile phone, first thing I check is YouTube videos. Correct? वो environment create ही नहीं हो रहा है आपका. That environment of delivering the knowledge and recipient of the knowledge is not happening. वो information deliver हो रही है, knowledge हो ही नहीं रहा है. So I have created another problem. What is that another problem? आजकल कोई भी क्लासरूम में जाके ही नहीं बैठता. They don't sit, they don't interact, they are all inside the room, and some psychological problems are arise. पहले क्लासरूम में जाता था मैं, 2 घंटे 3 घंटे मुझे बैठना पड़ता था, फोर्सफुली मेरे दोस्तों की गाली सुननी पड़ती थी, धक्का दिया, ये हुआ वो हुआ, क्लासरूम में गया, मैं ब्रेकफास्ट किया, टाइम पे ब्रेकफास्ट लंच किया. अभी सबकी ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. यू डोंट नीड आर्ट एट ऑल. इवन माई लेक्चर इज रिकॉर्डेड एंड इट इज अवेलेबल इन यूट्यूब. This is one problem I told you. Now, for everything, you have to think about as a whole. So, system thinking is all about that. You find out what are all the elements. जैसे मैंने classroom के बारे में कहा. When I said classroom and I said what is required in the classroom, you need teacher, you need student, you need the infrastructure. ठीक है? This is only for that much delivery. लेकिन the moment you say like I am going to design a full program, you need administration sitting outside who ensures that like all things are taken care. क्लासरूम का टाइम टेबल बन गया, उनका रहने का इंतजाम हो गया, पेमेंट हो गया, ये सारा हो गया, वो सारा हो गया. The moment you do that, then there is another bigger circle which says, oh, 100 students have to stay in the campus. मुझे water arrangement चाहिए, मुझे security चाहिए, मुझे ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए. Unless and until you look at the entire picture, you cannot do this part. And one has to look. So system thinking is a vantage point from which you see a whole. पूरा पिक्चर देखना है. A web of relationship which happens between them. एक स्टूडेंट का टीचर्स के साथ, टीचर्स का एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का स्टूडेंट के साथ, डीन एकेडमिक्स का स्टूडेंट के साथ, डीन एकेडमिक का फैकल्टी के साथ, फैकल्टी अफेयर्स का फैकल्टी अफेयर्स के साथ. ऑल दोज रिलेशनशिप हैज़ टू वर्क. अगर मेरे कलीग्स के साथ नहीं बन रहा है, मैं किसी भी दिन नौकरी छोड़ के जा सकता हूँ. क्योंकि इट्स नॉट अबाउट टीचिंग ऑल दैट. सो rather than focusing only on the details of any particular piece, faculty के ऊपर देखो, research नहीं, research is not complete unless until a student is there. The moment student enters, you need to have program. The moment your program is there, you need to look at how they are going to stay. Piece is not. The events are seen in the larger context of the pattern that is unfolding over time. It's dynamic. आज मेरी किसी के साथ बनती है, कल नहीं बनेगी. Wear out होना. सिस्टम में अगर मैं मैकेनिकल सिस्टम्स देखूँ, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिस्टम देखूँ, दे आर वेरी लीनियर, वेरी लीनियर. फोर्स दिया, डिस्प्लेसमेंट हो गया. ओके, करंट पास किया, रेजिस्टेंस की वजह से हीट बढ़ गई, परफेक्टली लीनियर. इट इज़ नॉट द सेम थिंग. 2 दिन मैंने अगर यहाँ पे लेक्चर देते, आज की रिसिप्ट और कल की रिसिप्ट फर्क है. परसों के दिन उसके बाद और एक दिन आ गया तो बोलेंगे बोर मार रहे. दिस हैपन्स. दैट इज नॉट लीनियर एंड दिस इज एक्सट्रीमली डायनामिक सिस्टम, एंड दैट कॉजेज अ प्रॉब्लम, अ लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम. Seeing and understanding the system as a whole rather than as a collection of parts. The whole is web of interconnections and interaction, the create emerging patterns. ये होता है आपके क्लासरूम में 10 बच्चे अच्छे थे, रेगुलरली आ रहे थे, आपने somehow अटेंडेंस कंपलसरी कर दी, 90 बच्चे आ गए, एंड 90 बच्चे 80 जो थे वो कंपलसरी ले आए, फोर्सफुली आए हैं. Now they don't want to sit in the classroom. Over 20, 30, 40 days, either these 10 students will overwhelm them and 40 of them will become this side, or 99% chances are that like ये 10 में से 9 बच्चे उनके साथ जाके कल से अटेंडेंस नहीं करेंगे. पैटर्न इमर्जेस. आपने उनको गेम सिखा दिया, आपने उनके बाजू में बैठ के चाय की टी पोस्ट बिठाना सिखा दिया. All those things, they emerge, patterns do emerge in the classroom also. And this is not one part. I'm telling you, this happens everywhere. Again, coming back to the traffic example. Indore, correct? One of the cleanest city. Extremely good about the traffic rules.
No, it is not.
No?
No, it is not.
Okay, I will prove that it is good city. Just, you are here for a long time, right?
Yeah.
How many years?
18 years.
18 years, correct? You are here for 13 years, perfect, fine. 12 years back, 15 years back, was it a scenario in Indore that like the vehicles will move on the footpath?
There weren't any footpath at that time.
Okay, good, fantastic. So I come from the alien city. I came from Bangalore. Okay, extremely dirty city, Indore. बहुत खराब, बहुत ही खराब सिटी. 2013 में रोड पर सिर्फ गाय और भैंसें रहती थी और गोबर रहता था and all that. But somehow everything changed, and in front of the High Court also, there always used to be a horrible situation. इतना गंदा था कि चलना मुश्किल होता था. But somehow people changed. One good thing I observed was during those time, at least जो छोटे मोटे फुटपाथ थे, including in front of the High Court, people will never put their bike on the footpath. था, situation ऐसी थी, so they were good. Okay, मैं मेरा observation बता रहा हूँ. Today that is not the situation. In fact, even in front of the High Court also, I see that like the bikes go on footpath. This is the pattern which is coming out. Traffic है, इधर से जाऊँगा, मैं left जाऊँगा, right जाऊँगा. I had seen this in Bangalore, but then now it is the norm. The pattern is coming out because there is a situation like this happening. Okay, in Indore, when you had a BRTS, for whatever reason, none of your private vehicle enter into the BRTS. Come to the Bhopal, the people entered, and like over a period of time, there was a like the people used to zoom pass and like the concept of the these things. Why does that happen? That happens because you allow these things step by step, and then like you will get the entire society gets into that direction. Another very clean and best example I will put in Indore is 12 years back when I came, they were like all littered all around. But now, even if an Indore person goes to Nagpur, he will search for a dustbin to put that. It's a pattern. It's a pattern because everybody says, मेरे आजू बाजू का कोई फेंक नहीं रहा है, जाके डालता हूँ. This really happened, madam. मतलब मैंने दोनों सिटीज का कंपैरिजन देखा है. ये पैटर्न होता है, देखते हैं आजू बाजू में क्या हो रहा है. Okay, that is the interaction and interconnections. This is what is happening everywhere. This pattern happens. Then you will say like, okay, you are just giving me definitions and examples. What is that I am supposed to do? Let's take the final definition. It's the way of thinking in approaching a problem. कोई भी problem, whether आपका research problem है या आपके घर का problem कोई भी. In designing solutions that appreciates the very nature of a complex and adaptive systems. Adapt करती है, हमेशा adapt करती है situation आपकी, देखती रहती है कि आजू बाजू में क्या हो रहा है, and according to that. Dynamic, governed by the history and feedback. क्या आपका history था, किस तरह से feedback आ रहा है. The stakeholders and context. Who is the stakeholder? कभी कभी stakeholder अगर ट्रम्प है तो बात अलग हो जाती है, मोदी है तो अलग हो जाती है, और तुम्हारे शाहनवाज पाकिस्तान वाले हैं वो तो अलग हो जाता है. कॉन्टेक्स्ट किस चीज़ में है? It generates counterintuitive and unpredictable effects, and sometimes long after policies has been seen implemented and policy resistance happens. This is very important, where new policies and actions different stakeholders often generate counterintuitive and unpredictable effects. It does happen in our day-to-day life. रोड वाइडनिंग हुआ, एक्सपेक्टेशन था ट्रैफिक कम होगा, ट्रैफिक बढ़ गया. Why does that happen?
Maybe as cities start growing, industrialization, more industries are coming. In Nagpur, especially my experience is that more
Everywhere, it is everywhere. It's not only about
that
Nagpur.
the population is increasing and automatically it affects on the traffic.
People were taking the alternative paths also now, since they are expecting the roads are widened now. So the life would be little easy, but everybody is shifting to that new path only. So alternative.
No, but every path, even though the new path is
The
there,
standard of living is increased, and due to that, the cycles and the people who used to walk, now they have been shifted to two-wheelers and four-wheelers, and they have been vanished to that cycles.
See here itself you give me 6 different reasons. है ना, हर किसी का अलग अलग है, and like they are all equally valid points, correct? And unless and until I accommodate all of them, I cannot give the solution to the problem. Typically this is what does not happen. The moment we see traffic है, हम लोग representative को बोलते हैं road widening करा. The moment road widening comes into the picture, मेरा घर जा रहा है, मेरा घर जा रहा है, मेरा business जा रहा है, मेरा घर जा रहा है, मेरा business जा रहा है, सांस्कृतिक धरोहर जा रही है, रोड बड़े होने की वजह से टेम्परेचर बढ़ रहा है, right? All these issues. Do we consider all that? नहीं. Solution is this. मेरा बच्चा पढ़ नहीं रहा है, टीचर अच्छा नहीं है, मैं ट्यूशन में भेजता हूँ. ट्यूशन भेजने में ज़्यादा पैसे लग रहा है, उसको यहाँ पे टाइम नहीं मिल रहा है, मैं वहाँ पे भेजता हूँ, मैं यहाँ पर नहीं भेजता हूँ. वही टीचर यहाँ पढ़ा रहा है, वही टीचर वहाँ पढ़ा रहा है. मैं बच्चे को यहाँ पे भी भेजता हूँ, वहाँ पे भी भेजता हूँ. Then he also has to become Sachin Tendulkar, so I also put him in the. बच्चा एक ही है. Okay, now comes, you gave me the very good point. Move the focus away from the events and patterns behavior, which symptoms have problems, and forward systematic structure of underlying mental models. Mental models is what I am trying to tell you is, whatever reasons you give me, please put it down on the paper and see, is it important? Is it important? Is it important? Is it important? What is important? All those points you must see. Then you have to see, have I put all those points in my paper or not? Those who are relevant to this particular problem. And this is valid even for your research also, okay? Please do not underestimate this particular problem. Like, one day we decided that like we will do research in the automotive engineering, and we committed that we will give you all the sprays which are studied in the automobile engineering for fuel spray, and chart it out. A very ambitious project with 4 different agencies we put. When it came the task on my group that you have to characterize it, first thing, okay, simple है, लेते हैं उसको pressurize करते हैं. Where is the pressurization system? India does not have. I did not look into it. I said like, my God. Then I have to isolate it, means like I have to have a single nozzle. In India, we do not manufacture it. Forget about like any agency to rent it or do it. कुछ नहीं है, उसका controller नहीं है. What is that? What mistake I did is, I did not connect all the dots. हम लोग ambitiously कुछ बोल देते हैं, but हम लोग ये नहीं सोचते कि like whether I have. So even in the research where the many times things are linear, it does not happen. Like serendipity वाला part है या फिर some suddenly has come, that is also not. Even the basic things we try to ignore. Now this is something very crucial and interconnectedness portion, which है usually you get problem first. Traffic हो गया है, बच्चा पढ़ नहीं रहा है, whatever it is, we always see like, oh, there is a problem, I start, that is seeing part. Immediately उसका solution देखने की कोशिश करते हैं हम लोग, यहीं पे event symptoms देखते हैं, यहीं पे solution देखते हैं. Why all that happening? There are patterns and trends below that. Usually they are not visible. If the kid is more onto the mobile phone, we don't see why it is happening. Whether I have stopped giving attention to him, or he has got the friends who are more into the games, or it's like he is just disinterested in the classroom. All those patterns which are below this water level, system structures are just not available. This particular diagram had been made to see why there are errors happening in the hospitals. Okay, we're seeing like, okay, the patient was not attended by the nurse को fire कर दो. Why did not attend that nurse? Then there was actually less number of staffs. Why there were less number of staffs? Because the institute decided to cut the cost. Okay, why did they decide to cut the cost? Because they wanted to improve the profit. Oh, they wanted to improve the profit, then was there other solution to it? They could have done automation. Why automation was not done? No, that is in the pipeline. Or the system is not possible to be done. There are so many things: patient, habit, norms, expectation, perception, information flow, written rules, health of the workers, overburdening, laws, regulation, process. So much thing is below that. But what we did is like, we immediately punished the engineer who did not check the water quality, correct? That's what we did. The cost of 45 people. So this is what is to be done. So what is required is, whatever the problem that you are going to look, you please make a mental map of that thing. Yeah, so the road traffic thing. Okay, road is overcrowding. Why? Road capacity is not good enough. Why road capacity is not good enough? The car ownership has increased. Why did car ownership increase? Because the transportation alternatives that can compete with the car ownership and perceived quality of living. Oh, quality of living has entered into the picture. Why quality of living has entered into the? मेरे बाजू वाले के पास कार है, मैं क्यों पैदल जाऊँ? Cycle नहीं. Quality of life has gone up. What is the other part? The attractiveness in the area. Oh, there is a big showroom there. A big mall is there. There is very good movies are there. And I did not account for that when I designed the road. I could have as well moved that shopping complex to the other place where it would not have affected this road. Why are we not doing it? What is that? The quality of life. Why are we competing with each other? Materialism or wellness. If I am traveling by cycle, my health is good. Not only that, my environment is also good. I am not overcrowding at my zone. Why we are not doing that? Rate of people moving in the area. Why all of a sudden why that has gone up? Because I have put my big high court and my Supreme Court in the center of the city, expecting all over the world people will come there in the daytime, causing a problem. So these issues need to be solved. And do you agree that we do not consider when we solve our problems?
We do have very little authority to talk about it, because the people who are authorized to do it are not doing the things.
Again, a short-term answer, what you are putting it up, okay? So when I was asking questions, you gave only one reason, right? And you were sticking to your reason, like, नहीं यही बात है. ऐसा नहीं, हम लोगों का व्यू जो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने की बात आती है, तो ब्रॉडर नहीं रखते हैं. We do not, sir. See, authority is one thing. To bend the authority is another thing. To take the right step at right time is another thing. Whenever there is a traffic jam, do we honk? Yes. Do we try to push our vehicle ahead of the others? Yes, we do that part. Whenever there is a traffic jam, do you think that like, okay, it's better not to take my bike and better to take the public transport? No, I still go with these things. Okay, we do not put our foot down. Okay, so the approach, I will very briefly tell you. I think I have too many slides in this one. So crux is given to you. So typically what we do to solve, or we should be doing to solve the problem, so identify a system. What exactly is this? In the classroom, whether it's in the classroom which is going to affect, or there are outside effect popping up. Okay, that must be. So what I say is your boundary of your system has to be identified appropriately. If it's only happening in the classroom student behavior and all those things, okay, light is not there, so that fellow is behaving, then it is only my boundary is this only. But if student behavior is happening because of the something which is he or she is bringing in the classroom, then my boundary has to be larger in that system, identified. Some systems are simple and predictable, while others are very complex and dynamic. Dynamic problem is very, very difficult. So none of the systems, whatever said and done, I'm telling you, guarantee you, even the mechanical systems are linear. They are non-linear by nature. We just try to solve them linearly. Explain the behavior or properties of the whole system, and explain the behavior of the properties which are in the question. So typically, when that happens, we try to make this diagram. Okay, we try to put up all those which are affecting my systems. There is a system boundary around this and how they are interacting with each other. Positive interaction, negative interaction, both you put. Okay, and then try to see which is the most critical problem. Probably faculty is not interested in teaching the particular subject, so students are losing the interest. Try to identify, oh, okay, this is the problem. Then try to identify where exactly things are going. When you do the root cause analysis, only then you will be able to identify. Otherwise, what we do is a temporary measure. आज odd even रहेगा, कल के दिन हम लोग खाना बनाना बंद कर देंगे, परसों के दिन हम लोग सबको घर में बिठा देंगे, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस करेंगे, सब करेंगे. But the problem is not going to get solved. We can blame to the nature that आज हवा नहीं चली. I am very critical about what is happening in Delhi. Anyway, that's all. So many a times we try to see ये jigsaw puzzle. बच्चे ने solve कर दिया, बड़ा होशियार बच्चा है. The problem is my systems are complex. None of the system is simple. Even though जो बच्चा है वो भी बहुत complex बच्चा है. आज सुबह मम्मी ने डांटा था तो दिन भर tantrum करेगा और जो चाहिए वो निकाल लेगा. It's a complex systems. And then come to the random system. Random system के बारे में हम बात नहीं करना चाहते क्योंकि हमारी systems complex है, हम उसी पे रह जाते हैं जहाँ पर degree of certainty is also low, and degree of agreement is also not so good. तो वो दोनों बहुत सारे factors थे and you need to concentrate on that. Without that we don't get solutions for that. And how do we get the solutions? The way you have created a problem of pollution, you cannot expect the same way I will solve it. And why do I say that? That's the last argument I put that here. Pollution का problem. मैंने pollution का problem कैसे solve किया, generate किया? By burning the fuel. Okay, मैं fuel burn करना बंद कर देता हूँ और problem solve हो जाएगा. How many of you agree with that?
Using public transport, the vehicles on road will go down, and by that way we can reduce the pollution, contribute to for reducing the pollution.
Contribute to that. मैंने fuel burn चालू कर दिया. If I stop that, the solution is not going to be there. Why did you say that? Because the day I stop burning the fossil fuel, all my entire society will collapse. पूरी तरह से collapse हो जाएगी. Every system will affect. In your home, food will not be cooked. There won't be any light. There won't be any transport. You will not be able to move from one place to another. Most important thing, तुम्हारा internet बंद हो जाएगा. No communication. I need to look at something else. Alternative solutions. So, same thing is not going to work. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created those problems. You have to be out of box is when we say is basically you take the back step, बड़ा problem देखने की कोशिश करते हैं, and that is what is required. And for that you have to act differently. It cannot be in the same way. Except the systems thinking is about dealing with the inevitable lack of comprehensiveness and is not the means of to achieve the comprehensiveness. It is not going to give you the full solution, but it will definitely give better solution. Okay, what we used to call as a bad solution for the worst problem. Okay, हम लोग good तक भी नहीं जाते. थोड़ा सा improvement, delta improvement. Like, let's try to educate the people that like public transport is good. Let's get into that more. Slowly, your problem will be resolved. And that's all about the systems thinking. Okay, so typically there are 3 elements for that. There are components of this. Each of the component is there. Now, these components interact with each other. Their interaction is very, very important. And that interaction is not just about the linear. I'm always talking about the non-linear interaction. And when they all work, they do that particular function. Okay, so you have to understand this entire part. If one particular knob is not working, that can be replaced. But if that is not interacting with each other properly, आपका पूरा system खराब हो जाएगा.
I think there is a lack of coordination. Interconnections means there is not coordination.
Just not coordination. Listening to each other. If this gear is rotating, that other gear is agreeing to that. If the other gear does not agree, the entire system does not work. It is just not coordination. They have to listen to each other.
Yeah, coordination is that they work function also. They coordinate properly means they connect and function.
Connect and function in the same manner what is expected,
same manner.
expected to it. So that coordination, this interconnection and listening to it is above that coordination, that portion. That is what I am trying to emphasize here. So typically हमारा सिंपल सा रहता है, यहाँ से हम पैसे जनरेट करेंगे. पैसे जनरेट करना नहीं होता है. There are multiple things which are interconnecting with each other, and this is the issue. I remember I used to, I'm basically a combustion engineer and IC engines person. So I say like the best thing which has happened to the mankind is the invention of a wheel and invention of fire. Okay, good. Only thing is that time we did not know that like this invention of fire is going to cause a problem after 200 years when we get into this mode. Okay, had it not been invented, हम लोग यहाँ तक पहुँचते ही नहीं. That is guaranteed. That like आपकी जो भी आज के developments है वो नहीं होते. हम लोग still we would have been in the cave age only, would not have done. But
Agriculture is also
it started there. If it was not fire, we would not have started doing all the faster and faster. And if the prosperity would not have been there, the population would not have increased. The population would not have increased. The agriculture need was not that much. There is a story, long story. Okay, but they were all interconnected. Because of that, the wheel got invented. Because of that, the vehicle came into picture. Because of the aeroplane came into the picture. Then we had the information technology and all those things. And then we are here. So we need to build the model around that particular case. So typically they are not linear. They are actually perfect feedback loop. No, these are feedback loops. और कोई एक दूसरे को feedback देते रहता है. And if we don't understand that feedback, we will be in a trouble. Spend 1 hour and take any one systems around you and look at how does the feedback work. You go and tell back to your institute, lecture was good. Professor Deshmukh का lecture सबसे सही था, 5 बजे रहा था. लेकिन next time that fellow will talk, find out कहाँ से है, वो mail लिखेगा मुझे. And then ये feedback हो गया. You take, so 4 fundamental concepts that I told you. One is interconnectedness. They are all connected to each other. आप उनको isolation में नहीं देख सकते हैं. You need to synthesize. There is a feedback loop for everything. Whatever you do, there is a cause and effect. आप छोड़ ही नहीं सकते हो उस चीज को. And that's all about this thing. So जब हम synthesis करते हैं तो isolation में नहीं देखना है. You have to put them all put together and then see कौन किसके साथ interact करता है, कहाँ से interaction हो रहा है, and like where is the pain point. One is a pain point, another is the leverage point. मुझे अगर नागपुर में काम करना है किसी चीज़ के लिए तो मुझे मैडम के साथ बात करनी पड़ेगी. वो मेरा लीवरेज पॉइंट हो गया. मैं गलत किसी और के पास नहीं जा सकता. तो दोज आर द लीवरेज पॉइंट कि हाँ इनके साथ बात करो तो वो वहाँ पर बता देगी, वो वहाँ पर बता देगी. आई डोंट टॉक टू दैट पर्सन, आई टॉक टू हिम और हर. These are all the leverage points, and these are there in every systems. Whatever say you say yes or no, I can prove it. There are all these systems which happens there. और हम लोग हमेशा daily we are struggling with this. How do I deal with this? So this was an extremely brief part. I am teaching a full course on systems thinking, which has a lot big and lot many more examples. That's why I could give you more examples, but it's a very interesting. As a mechanical engineering, I am really finding it out. I was thinking that like my IC engine is a very complex system, my gas turbine is a very complex system, but now I am realizing even dealing with 5-6 people is also extremely complex systems. Because that is why I gave you all these examples. Why I am telling you this is a complex system is this. Each one of them, they are interacting. And their interaction is what ultimately comes back as a feedback to me. Okay, and that is why it becomes complex. Otherwise, in IC engineering, you tell me the most complex part inside the engine is the combustion engine. I will say I have a physical model. This reports this reports this, this reports this. Even there is a feedback loop. I still can simulate that. This feedback loop I cannot simulate. We can laugh, but you cannot simulate. On any day, the reaction of one person is going to be different. नॉन लीनियर हिस्ट्री कैरी करते हैं, सारी हिस्ट्री रहती है. आज सुबह से लेके मेरे पूरा का पूरा हिस्ट्री है कि लाइक मैं क्यों और क्या.
And it is variable. अगर आप हम लोगों का interaction यही interaction कर लेंगे तो it is not same.
It is not same. Had it been a 40 or 60 students, it would not have been same. I would not have talked to any one of you. Right?
But let me appreciate sir, your lecture was given a different perspective.
Different perspective of thinking.
Completely.
Actually, when we have seen that lecture in the schedule, we asked that what is the content or the agenda of this particular
Since morning
topic. So she said only that she was also not aware what exactly is going to be talked about.
At the back of
Even the
my
person who told me कि like तुम सिस्टम थिंकिंग की बात कर रहे हो, उनको भी नहीं पता था मैं क्या बात करने वाला हूँ.
Actually, I am thinking machines and all that, sir, from mechanical background and what system
No, but
thinking.
it has given a
Let
new
us
perspective.
attain and then we'll learn
No,
something good.
we have seen that problem in different places. It's online teaching, learning, and what is it?
When I was introduced, I'm also new to this computed subject, and I was introduced to this problem just 2 years back. Somebody said, well,
This
very.
is an elephant example. I have attended a lecture of Dr. Khatak.
Uh-huh.
So he used to quote this example.
Yes.
That it depends on the perspective of the person.
Perspective of the person. In fact, like I don't remember I had seen that particular, but I was like almost tempting to take one of the example from his lecture. But फिर ध्यान में आया कि like I have a lot to cover these things. So system thinking, why it hit to me was a very senior person. He said like, Devendra, you're from mechanical engineering. I'm also from mechanical engineering, and government is doing so much about sustainability and all these SDGs, and like I think they are there. So that like government has an excellent scheme of providing the solar panel in every village. I said, yeah, sir, that's really help. And like they have also said कि we will connect to Har Ghar Nal Yojana and all this thing. I said like perfect, sir, that is a perfect solution. So like, do you know that if Har Ghar Nal Yojana has to be there has to be a tank? I said, yeah. Did they put a tank there? I said, no. Even if they put the tank, did they forget to put the pump? Happened. And all those solar pump, tank and pump, tube well and all those things. Or even if that they had done the tube well, कहाँ खोद के रखा उनको नहीं पता है. So like that's a system engineering. You have not thought about a full problem. And that is like absolutely.
Orientation, मतलब ये जो आपने कर दिया कि system work करेगी, orientations भी proper होना चाहिए. That is the lacuna in India. What I see, because of traffic jam और ये जो हमने foreign country में देखा, that is not there. They are very disciplined in the traffics and all this.
They नहीं और एक solution. ट्रैफिक जाम हो रहा है ना, पुलिस को रख देते हैं वहां पे. करेक्ट. पुलिस को रख दे. पुलिस क्या करे, 100 लोगों को कहा दिन भर बैठो, मैं बाद में जा रहा है, मेरा टर्न आया कि नहीं, मैं टर्न कर कंप्लीट कर लो. व्हाट इज नीडेड इज अ बेसिक एजुकेशन ऑफ पीपल. हम लोगों को उतना ही करना है ना. करेक्ट. तो
और पनिशमेंट भी प्रॉपर नहीं है. अगर
पनिशमेंट से कुछ नहीं होता मैडम. आपके छोटे बच्चे
लगेगा ना,
नहीं होता है, कुछ नहीं होता है. आप कब के घर में जाके देखिए, आप अपने बच्चे को 2 दिन पीट के देखिए, तीसरे दिन वो वही करेगा जो उसको करना है. पनिशमेंट डज नॉट वर्क. पनिशमेंट ओनली हार्डन्स द क्रिमिनल्स. And like discipline will come only when the repeated things are bombarded and told this is the way. इंदौर में जब हम द क्लीनेस्ट सिटी हुई तो ड्राई वेस्ट एंड वेट वेस्ट करने के लिए कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं ना. मेरे यहाँ से कचरा मत लो, मैं रोड पे फेंक दूंगा. नो, दैट वाज नॉट. They were bombarding. Please. Mindset, changing the mindset. That was the key what worked in Indore, in my opinion. That public को लगा मेरी शेम हो रही है यहाँ पे, मैं करता हूँ. वो पनिशमेंट नहीं था, वो था
वो पड़ा रहेगा. तो फाइनेंशियल नहीं था, ठीक है कल फेंक देंगे, पर नहीं फिर वो मतलब वो इतना आपको सबके बीच
शेम हो रही थी, इसलिए पनिशमेंट डज नॉट वर्क. Mindset has to change.
Recently one news came कि एक editing होगी traffic signal, जो भी कुछ गलत कर रहा है तो they will click the picture and put that on the LED screen.
और ये वो भी एक पार्ट ऑफ पनिशमेंट और शेम वाला है. लेकिन अगर बार बार करने लगे, सबका फोटो आ रहा है, मेरा भी आ गया है. कैलिब्रेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड. एक लेवल के बाद पनिशमेंट का कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. एंड वन ऑफ द एग्जाम्पल मैं वाइफ की थी, बच्चे को मारो मारो मारो, एक दिन उसके हाथ पैर पे काट दो, उसको कुछ नहीं होगा, वो वही बिहेव करेगा। हार्डनिंग हो जाती है सिस्टम की, हार्डनिंग नहीं होने देनी है ना? वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हार्डनिंग नहीं होने देनी है। कैलिब्रेटेड रिस्पॉन्स, कीप ऑन, वी शुड नेवर रेचेट अप योर एंगर विद दैट। ठीक है, ये काम नहीं कर रहा है ना, उसको प्यार से नहीं हो रहा है तो थोड़ा सा समझा के, आजू बाजू में दिखा के, इससे समझा के, उससे मारना शुरू कर दो तो नहीं होना है। पनिशमेंट देने से नहीं होता है। अगर पनिशमेंट देने से सारे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाते ना, सऊदी अरेबिया में कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं होते, इंडिया में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, हमारे पास तो सारी सिस्टम है, क्यों प्रॉब्लम हो रही है? हम लोग समझ ही नहीं पा रहे, हम लोग शॉर्ट टर्म में देखते हैं। सिस्टम इज अबाउट दैट, सिस्टम थिंकिंग इज अबाउट दैट। लुक एट द बिगर पर्सपेक्टिव। उसको क्यों अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है तुम जो खाना बना रहे हो, वो क्यों नहीं खा रहा है बच्चा? फाइंड इट आउट। वो कहीं और जाके खा के तो नहीं आ रहा है, उसको कुछ मीठे में तो नहीं चाहिए, थोड़ा सा मीठा दो, बाकी का ये दो। बिल्ड द हैबिट्स, बिल्ड द हैबिट्स। मॉर्निंग का लेक्चर भी वही था, टाइटल, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट, ये वो जितना ग्राइंडिंग करोगे उतना शाइनिंग होगा। राइट, थैंक यू वेरी मच। मेरी घर में ग्राइंडिंग हो जाएगी नहीं तो। Thank you. पहले वाला लेक्चर देख के मैं बोला था कि कितना कॉम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम बना के रखा है, कि
एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सिस्टम तो बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स है, उसको तो कोई नहीं कुछ कर सकता।
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful session.
ऑनलाइन वालों को पूछ लो।